I am calling the March 11th, 2021 regular meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Peterson?
Here.
Councilor Perry?
Here.
Councilor Oropesa?
Here.
Councilor Moore? Here. Councilor Sanchez? Councilor Foster?
Here.
Councilor Stubbs?
Here.
Councilor Kennard?
Here.
Councilor Best is absent. Councilor Roebuck?
Here.
Mayor Kintai?
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll ask everyone to please rise while Councilor Peterson leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilor Roebuck does the invocation. Councilor Peterson.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father God,
All right, Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the agenda for the March 11th, 2021 regular City Council meeting to include the minutes from the February 11th, 2021 regular council meeting, the February 16th, 2021 special City Council meeting, and the minutes from the February 25th, 2021 special City Council meeting. 5, Roswell Air Center leases, the weeds and condemnation resolutions, and removing consent item number 4, sending it back to the Infrastructure Committee for further consideration, removing items 5 and 13 from the consent and placing them on the regular agenda in their same order, and moving item 25 up, making it item number 18B.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Kennard to adopt the agenda as presented. Any questions or comments, councilors? Hearing none, I will ask for a voice vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir?
I'm sorry. I just needed to understand, number 4 is coming off and going back to infrastructure?
Yes.
That is not prepared for this evening, then? Okay.
Correct. We will
Okay.
not be hearing that at all.
Okay, so we're adopting the agenda as presented by Councilor Stubbs, then I just need to make sure I understood.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other questions? All right, a voice vote, a yes or aye approves the agenda as presented, a no or nay rejects it. All those in favor of the agenda as presented by Councilor Stubbs, say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, I need Councilor Moore. Can you activate your vote box? And it is passed 9-0. Very good. A couple quick comments from myself. I encourage everyone who is considering signing up for the COVID vaccine to do so at this time. We're in pretty good shape in this community. We have the ability to do vaccinations at a number of locations. And if you're interested, I urge you to go to the Department of Health website and sign up. And on a very significant and serious note, I note that as of yesterday, our own Councilor Savino Sanchez had a birthday, and as of today, Councilor Angela Moore has a birthday. So, Councilor Perry, you're the musical one in the group. How about we have a rendition of
Old Gray Mare?
something like that?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, God bless you. Happy birthday to you.
I want you to know I muted my mic. That's all right. Without further ado, for the next 2.5 hours, our city manager, Mr. Joe Nebb.
Optimism. I love it. Thank you, Mayor. City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to cover this. I'm gonna step into this. We found a title for it. It's the State of the Staff Address. And really what I want to do is I want to take the opportunity to talk about all of the different pieces of what becomes our organization and how I govern as a city manager, how I rely upon my team in order to do all the jobs that they have. So I really wanted to give everybody a good picture as to how we do our business and how we run through that, because it is a team effort. There is not one individual any better than the other within our structure, and they're all important for these pieces. So I'll be, if I can turn this on, I'll run through the annual report, the State of the Staff Address, talk a little bit about contracting, partnerships, employees, talk a little bit about property, buildings, and assets, goals on certain departments, and our town strategy. I'm going to give you a very quick picture of a lot of stuff that has been going through conversations for months. And some of them are becoming more important. They're coming to the top of the barrel now that we've gotten enough pieces together. So really, I want to give you that clear picture of some of this stuff that happens behind the scenes that not everybody gets to see. And I think it'll be really good for the public to see that as well too, and that's why I appreciate giving this opportunity to do this. There's two important documents, and I've said this for the last 4 years. I believe these are the two most important things that we do every year. The first one is we set the budget for that year. We tell everybody that this is the stuff what we're going to spend your taxpayer money on. We're going to go out there and do all of these wonderful things throughout the year, and it's going to cost this much in order to get there. As everybody's aware, in the last budget cycle, we cut our budget by $31 million. It was a little over $100 million of what we tried to spend over this last year on all the things that we were trying to help make Roswell better. On the other end of this thing, the other piece of this is the annual report. And you have a copy of the annual report in front of you in written format. I'm going to be showing you a video. We've been able to take about 6 to 8 hours of presentation and condense it into a 10-minute video in order to show you the highlights of what every department out there is doing. And I want to make sure that we go through all of that. But what's really important is that, the first thing we do every year, every fiscal year, is that we tell everybody how much we're going to spend and what we're going to spend their money on. I really believe at the other end of this thing, we need to be able to show everybody that we followed through with what we were committing to, and that's what that annual report does. It shows how we spent the money and how we did what we said we would do. And so these two documents here, they're out on our website. We walk through them all the time. It's a very good thing. If somebody has forgotten that we have a department, it's a good reminder as well for that. But without further ado, this is our new Public Affairs Annual Report video, and I'd like to run through that first, and then where'd we go here? Right. Mayor, City Council, on behalf of the staff, I just want to say thank you for allowing us to serve the community of Roswell. We take our jobs very seriously, and as you can tell, this was a COVID year, and you look at how much we were able to accomplish, and it takes all of us. So we appreciate your guidance, we appreciate your leadership, and the ability to help us do our jobs. Moving from that, we go into exactly, this is kind of that overall slide of how we start the work. City Council is responsible for setting the vision, setting the policy, setting all of the laws and regulations that we actually operate under. As that vision gets set, then it becomes into the planning stage where staff and City Council start working on it, and then eventually it goes to action where it is staff. And so as we progress across this line here, it's very important to note that as we go down, we take every vision, all the vision effort that we have there, we move it into a planning as to how we're going to get the action done, and then we move into the action. Very simplified version of it, but I wanted to make sure I shared that with you. This is the org chart. You do have a copy of the org chart. It's on the legal size pad. This is just the senior staff. This is the org chart that we utilize. This has 43 different departments on it. We have other sectors out there that are not listed on this, but the 43, these are the primary departments and everything. When you look at the color scheme on here, the lighter colored blue at the top, that is our city administration. That takes in the city manager, the deputy city manager, the administrative service director, and the city attorney. When you go into the blue squares, the darker blue squares, this is our leadership team. And I'll explain that in a little bit as to what that leadership team is. And then you get into the more of the departments or the sectors. Those are the lighter color of the orange. And then, of course, we do have 2 contracted services out there, the golf course and the convention center. And so that makes up generally our senior staff team. As we go into this, I've already stated who the city administration is. These are the individuals that we lean on to translate the vision from the city council and bring it into the whole mechanism of our organization to move it toward action. It starts right here with this group here. This team here is the executive team, and if you look on there, they're not there because of their primary duties. They're there because of their leadership skills. These are the individuals that I lean on heavily in order to help make those adjustments within our organization to make sure that we have all the top quality people in all of our jobs and everything. You can see that city administration kind of marries in there with a few other individuals. And each one of them they're not on this because of their skills, they're on this because of the leadership abilities that they have for the organization. And I always kind of tell them, it's like they're not getting paid anything extra to do this. But what they are is they're supplying the DNA. They're supplying, this is what the city of Roswell should be based upon the vision that's being granted to it by the city council. Then we get into the leadership team. And the leadership team is, again, they're there because of the leadership skills that they have, and those are those blue squares. What we go from this level here in the leadership team is we start getting into more of a strategic focus. We do the collective approach. The one thing that we've worked on for the last 4 years is that no department is any more important. We're all pieces of the same puzzle. If we lose one leg of our puzzle cannot be completed. And so the whole idea is that we work collaboratively and we work together on everything. And so they become our team interaction. So again, this group here, they are there again because of their leadership abilities. And you can see that as we advance it out, we're creating more of that structure. These individuals have differing skills, they have differing abilities, but what they do is they come together collectively and we work as the city of Roswell for that. And I can't thank any one of them enough for the job that they are doing as well too. As we go into this, and then as we go a little bit deeper, then you get into what the org chart is, and that is the senior staff. These are the professionals. These have the technical skills to do the job that they're doing, as well as become part of our team and our structure. And so it is really important for the senior staff to be able to communicate. They need to embrace change. and I'll tell you why here in just a little bit. The plan for implementation, they have to prepare. We have 540 employees. We have to plan how to move that many people in a collective manner in order to get the work done. And then to develop just the operating model that we're going to, what we're going to structure on. You will see that within some of our departments, we may serve in a primary role, or we may serve in a support role, and it changes from day to day. Somebody that's a leader today on this project may be a team player on the next project that comes along. We keep trying to work to instill this because, again, we're stronger as a whole than we are as our parts. And so the whole idea is that we work on this together. This is the list of all those individuals that are in those departments and where they're at. You'll notice that we do have a few interims out there, and we're working on having those positions filled. We appreciate those individuals stepping up and taking on those extra duties just to hold the department together as we are working on trying to find that mechanism in order to bring them along. But let's see if I can, next slide has that. Okay, yeah, this is just the graphical representation again. I'll explain some more here in another slide, but here's the one slide that I want to share a little bit of. 42% of those individuals on that org chart are doing jobs they did not do 1 year ago. Their jobs are changing that quickly. Their responsibilities are changing with that. We have our primary duties, but as we tackle things, 42% of them are in areas that they have not had to deal with before. I know Mike Matthews, Deputy City Manager, was going back and he was looking actually another year beyond that. There's about 85% of our people are different. We have a 25% attrition rate, throughout the entire organization. That means 1/4 of our staff are new every year. And so it is very important that we have this team structure, because as we lose one leg, as one leg weakens up, we all pick it up and we hold it there where it needs to be. One of the big changes is that we took the city administration office, so that front office at City Hall, those individuals now report to the city clerk. And what that has done is that's expanded out our city clerk's abilities in order to move around. So along with the receptionist and those kind of jobs, we know that the city clerk's office, when they tackle the election, when the election time is there, she tackles all the IPRA requests that are constantly climbing and everything else. And so what we've done is we've incorporated that she is able to move and utilize these individuals in the office when it's slow in order to move them in there. And again, all of you know that if when you need something for the city, you come to the city manager, you go to the city attorney, or you go to the city clerk. And we will direct accordingly. We'll make sure that you get taken care of for whatever it is, whether it be a constituent complaint or any of that nature. And so having the city clerk's office there is going to be really, really important for us as we move into getting all of our records more digitized, so that we're not constantly looking through boxes in a bunch of the buildings that are out there. We are in the process of hiring number twos for, see if I can read that, emergency management. And my understanding is that we have our number two in place for emergency management now. So our administrative assistant from the fire department is now going to be our number two for emergency management. And then we're backfilling on that position in order to have an administrative assistant in the fire department to take on those other tasks. And so that's going to go a long way, because again, if you saw how last year went, that was an extended emergency that we were constantly working on positioning, constantly working on how to respond to every little thing. And this was a big one for us, a lot bigger than a flood or a fire or anything like that. So we're working on that number two. Training and safety HR professional. One of the things that we go out and look for quite a bit, and as we do our succession planning, we have, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again, we have taken very good employees and made mediocre supervisors because we have not provided those employees the tools in order to understand the change of their job. So this training and HR professional is going to provide additional support on the HR side, and they're going to consolidate the training and the safety of our department. We still have too many injuries. We still have too many accidents. We want to keep that number down. We believe that somebody with those skills on that side will help lift HR a little bit higher than what we were. And that's not to say that again, you saw in the annual report, we're doing a good job with it, but we think we can do better with this help. We are also looking for a number 2 for the city attorney. My understanding is that the interviews are going well, and we should have that additional assistance. And so really quickly, you know, the city attorney's office and the city engineer's office, there's only so much that one set of hands can do. So they have the ability to go out and hire contracted help in order to keep the work going. But I will tell you, for both of those departments, the city attorney and the city engineer still have to touch every document that comes through. They have to make sure that it was done the way it was supposed to be done so that they can stamp it for that approval. And so those are the challenges within those things. And so as we continue to advance out, we'll be looking for more of those. The hiring process for the interims, we are looking at trying to find full-time directors for animal control, Spring River Zoo, and recreation. Again, I'm going to tell you that our interims are doing a good job. They're holding things together. But what we want to do is we want to solidify that department and make sure that it is secure and moving forward. And each one of those individuals have the ability to apply, be interviewed, and look at that position as well too. So we are advancing the responsibilities for Juanita Jennings. We have made some adjustments because of when you look at our blue squares on that org chart, you see that we have different departments packaged together for different reasons. And one of the things that we have done this coming go around is that we're going to lean on Juanita's skills as a leader, her leadership abilities, and we're going to try to overlay them over the departments of recreation, Spring River Zoo, and sports tourism. I couldn't see that little word there, but that was one of the things we talked about at the retreat was the sports tourism. So we are looking at that, and so we're looking at Juanita to kind of help provide that guidance on top of that. As I explained, there are in the blue squares on the org chart, there are individuals that have primary tasks, their skill set or whatever that is. What I'm leaning on them is that I did not hire Juanita Jennings to run the zoo. What I hired her for was to help with the organization, the structure of the zoo. We still need to have somebody that's going to operate the zoo to that skill set. So just want to make sure I explain that one because that's a big change because along with that, we've adjusted Jim Burris's responsibilities as well too, and that's so that we can focus Jim's skill sets on those things that are important for those departments that he's still working with. And so those adjustments are there. Abraham out at solid waste, we had combined solid waste and facilities. What we have found with the plan for cell number 5A, we've had a lot of adjustments in personnel out there. We found that was just overloading his position, and so we've asked Abraham to focus on solid waste, and he'll be a lot more effective at correcting that so that we move into the future very well. We've had a lot of adjustments out there, and so we appreciate Abraham taking that on. Conversely, that allowed for Trent Moore to take on the facility side of the business as well too, and so they are, again, we work collaboratively all the time, but we are separating a little bit for those responsibilities. And again, those are just the highlights. We are strengthening other departments depending on size and complexity of those departments. We'll continue to adjust as the needs are required, and we just continue to make those adjustments within there. So I appreciate your willingness to allow us to continue to do that. We believe that we're going in a great direction for that. This last leg, and these positions are not on the org chart, but this is all the other number twos. This is all the other salaried staff. We have over 31 other positions out there that are supervisory in nature. And I will tell you that I believe that these are even the most important supervisors that we need to make sure that have all the resources to do their job because they're the ones closest to the boots on the ground. They're the closest ones to everybody that's out there that's making the magic happen. We need to make sure that these supervisors understand to get them all the resources that they can so they can work safely, so they can work well with that. These frontline managers are so important for that purpose, and so we lean heavily upon them, and that's where we're going to try to create a better structure for them, because it is not simple to go from an employee in that same group that they've been with for 10 years and move into a supervisor without providing the backup so that they understand how they just changed their life. Just really quickly with contracting, partnerships, and employees, I put this slide on there because there's always questions about whether or not we should contract out, whether or not we should hire full-time help, whether or not we should partner. I wanted to give you these definitions of each one of them. I will tell you that I'm not afraid of utilizing any one of these functions in order to get the work done in the best way possible for the city of Roswell. So when you look at contracting, I mean, we contract out temporary and seasonal help. They're hired through ITS Quest and a temperate service. They provide us the service that we have. Legal engineering, we're always contracting. You can go all the way up to the level of what we've done with the convention center and golf for contracting. So I have no fear of that. It's just whether or not they're returning the benefit back to the city. And that's the thing that we kind of watch for there. I wanted to throw out there the partnerships. So, I mean, we have partnerships with Chavez County. We have partnerships with the chambers. We have partnerships with the EDC, Main Street, the sports associations, the civic clubs. We partner with anybody out there that's willing to make Roswell a better place. And again, we come together when it's necessary. We go apart when it's not. We rely heavily upon those partnerships to do that extraordinary stuff for our city. And then, of course, employees for the full-time, part-time service in the city. They are our largest asset in the city. They are the one asset, and I've said this in my interview 4 years ago, they are the one asset that appreciates in value over the years. When an employee has that many years of service with the city, they should be worth a lot more than when they were there the first day. And that's what I believe in that. Buildings, conversely, they wear out over time. You know, and I think employees wear out over time because that's what retirement's for. But the idea is, though, is that as the employee gains knowledge, as the employee gains everything, they get to be better employees for the city, and we lean on that heavily for that. So just wanted to make sure I covered those three different types of parts. Now, the property. As everybody that, if you've been on the council for a while, the city has a tendency to acquire a lot of different parcels, a lot of different reasons, a lot of different property. We are now built and we have developed out a plan to aggressively sell off all of that property. We don't need to own any property. If we can get it back on the tax rolls, then we want to do that. There are some certain parcels that are important for us to hold on to, parks and things like that, but we want to make sure that we're taking all of these parcels where we've had to tear down a house, we put a lien on the property, it needs to be back out in there, because I'm a firm believer that just taking down a dilapidated structure is only half the job. Until you put a house back on it or you put something back into that neighborhood doesn't reset. It doesn't find its way to a higher level. We have to finish the job on that Clean and Safe program, and that's what we're going to start doing with our property. As all of you know, we are working very hard on bringing all of our leases up to market rate. My feeling about having leases at market rate, there should be very minimal reasons why we can't get a market rate. The trouble I have when a lease is a bargain basement level, we have no money to reinvest in that parcel. And so the problem is that money it can't be reinvested into that. So we've had some structures that we've had to go out and borrow other money from in order to fix up the building to where it needs to be. We want these leases to be market rate because we want to be able to reinvest that money back into the property to make it even better for the people that are using it. And the whole idea is that we want that partnership to be good. We're going to take care of our partners, and we want our partners to take care of us. That's the easiest way I can explain those leases to you. We want to make sure those leases are market rate. There are other reasons, and that's what you guys get to decide, is when a lease should be less than market rate. I mean, it may be the number of jobs. It may be some other function that we are able to provide, that catalyst that causes something else to happen. but the staff needs to start at this market rate level. We get into buildings and assets. We are overhauling our processes on managing our fixed assets, such as buildings and vehicles. We have over, and this is what we learned last year during the public safety complex conversation, we have over $40 million of deferred maintenance in all of the buildings and properties that we own. $40 million. We have not found an easy way to fit $40 million into our budget in order to start fixing all of that stuff that has been deferred for years, and we're trying to fix that. If the new public safety complex would have been built, it would have saved us on that $40 million about 40% of those dollars. Our goal right now, and this is why it's up there, is to lease property more than own it. And I'll explain exactly the economics of that as well too. If we lease a building in the city of Roswell that's paying taxes, we get GRT off of it, we get taxes off of that. Our lease payment, it's a pay-as-you-go, so we're paying a little bit more on the front end as we pay along, but a lot of that money comes back to us, or we're strengthening the economy with that. I'm not a believer that the city has to own a lot of property. We can have everybody else own it, and then we can lease what we need and make the economy work a little bit better. We're reinvesting in ourselves, essentially is what we're doing. We're helping the small business, we're helping the landowner, and then we're reinvesting back in. And so that money can move a little bit different for this process. So we are out there looking for leasable office property throughout the city, anything from 6,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet. I'll show a couple of them. One of them that is not up there, we have been working for almost 6 months on community development. And community development, planning and zoning, code enforcement, building inspections, and property. And so we want to take these 4 things and we want to create, because everybody knows Roswell has a reputation of not being business friendly. That's the statement that gets said quite often. What we believe is that if we can set this entity up, and we've talked about this before, a one-stop shop, we've talked about changing out our whole permitting structure and everything else so that we can move things a little bit faster, a little bit easier for those property owners as they're trying to do the wonderful things that they need to do in the city. We believe that we need them in one space. The problem I have right now is I don't have a space big enough. I need 6,000 square feet to fit everybody that we have right now. We thought we've got one building that we believe will become good for us in about 5 years as we invest back into that building to fix it up. But until then, I need to find better space where we can have a one-stop shop for our community development piece, because we are going to show people that we have customer service, and we are going to show people that we can help them do the business that they're trying to do in the city, whatever that permit is. And so we're going to work on that. Really quickly with this parks review, I'm using this one just because it's a very simple way to talk about it. And I know General Services is working right now on, the General Service Committee is working on how many parks should we have, where should the parks be, what do we have within the parks. The city manages about 680 acres of parks. I know there's a disparity between what's on the chart and what that number is, but Mr. Burris did say that we have about 680 acres of parks. If we were to maintain those parks on the industry standard of what we should be reinvesting in those parks, we should have 34 people adequate to maintain our parks to the level we want to maintain them. We have 21 people right now that's maintaining 680 acres of parks. So the concept that I'm sharing with you on this one is that we either need to find a way to increase the number of resources we're putting into that asset, or we need to lower the asset. So we either need to find more ways to put in more, reinvest in the park so we have the right number of resources to take care of them to the level of our standard. We don't want to lower our standard down to where we have resources. And then the other side of this is that the only other way we can fix that is to get rid of parks. And I lay that out there because our goal is, we believe that sports tourism is going to help us generate more revenue into the city for the use of these sports fields and the parks. And so what I'm asking to try to do first is that we're going to try to see if we can generate new revenue and try to maintain our parks where we're at, because we love our open space. We love what we're out there doing. We have a work order list that's mile long that we need to get working on to get that done. We just need the resources to get there. So rather than to tell you that we want to lower the number of parks, what we're going to try to do is invest and try to create new revenue that can go to those parks. Simple economics as to how to do that, and a few of these will go through that. This conversation is getting ready to go into the infrastructure committee. I'm not going to share everything there, though, but I know that we've had a conversation with the chair, we've had a conversation with the engineer, trying to figure out how to do better on our streets. Our streets are our number one concern anytime we do a survey out there, and so we're trying to find the ways to get there. We spend, on average, about $9 million a year on our streets through the road fund, through the projects that we're repairing. Almost $7 million of that is taken up in what we call regular maintenance items. That is the streets crew going out there filling potholes. That's the street crew going out there striping the lines. That's the street crew going out there mowing the grass in the right-of-way. So this last year, we were only investing about $2.2 million into repairs and replacement of the streets. And that was, the big one was Garden Street. Everybody knows Garden because we had to close down for a little while to get all that work done. And so one of the things that we worked on and talked on in the budget last year is that we were going to try to shift general fund expenses from other departments that can generate their own money and try to move it in to offset our shortfalls in the street department. And so when we struggle and when we talk about fees for the museum, fees for the zoo, what we are really trying to do is we're trying to generate other cash that can support those entities so that money can be freed up and then placed into other important things like streets or public safety. Those are that's the whole concept of the economics that go with that. The debate is good. The challenge is that we can only do as much as we have revenue for. And so that's the whole goal with that. So we are working on that. We are preparing that we believe that we can at least put another $2 million into next year's budget. If everything ends up through the rest of this year, we believe that we will at least present a $2 million plus into the street fund for next year. But I know that our infrastructure committee, they're trying to find even a better way to get it done farther. And so that's as far as I'll go with exactly all that background work that's going on there. But I want to make sure that I just laid that out there because streets is a big issue for a lot of individuals out there. The Our Town strategy, health and safety. This is something that we've been working on for over a year. And we are getting ready to kind of release it, and we're trying to explain it this way. So when you look at our police department, when you look at the crime that we have, we are a very busy city for the types of crime that we have that are happening out there. Based upon the call volume, based upon the intensity of the crime, using FBI statistics, we should have a police department of about 140 employees. We have a police department of about 110. So using the same concept that I just did with the Parks Department is that there's only two things that can happen. I need to hire either enough police officers to cover the call volume that we have, or I need to find a way to lower the call volume to the number of officers we have. And that is a very challenging thing. As you're well aware in the world today, police and fire are difficult jobs to find candidates that are willing to serve. They're very difficult in the world today. What we have found, where we're headed with the Our Town strategy is that we're looking at taking all of our other departments and trying to compensate on the other side of this thing. So the one section in there, 80% of our calls have some type of relationship to drugs. That causes everything, whether it be property crime, whether it be the shootings, whether it be anything out there. If you go back far enough within that structure, you're going to find that drugs are related with that. And so first off that we did is we started looking at the police department. We have 4 canine animals today in order to take care of our assistance with that. 4 canines, and that's where we're trying to take that on there. One of the big things, and I just talked about buildings and trying to release that property. We have over $8 million of deferred maintenance in a building that is not conducive to police service in that old bank. It worked well for a number of years. We believe that now the value of that building has kind of surpassed what we're willing to put into it. What we are suggesting now is to put a north and a south station, police station, divide up our group a little bit differently, put them closer to the neighborhoods, and run our patrols in a different fashion from where we are, run our crews from there. This neighborhood concept, again, it's not a new one, it's not ours, but we believe that by getting ourselves back out there a little bit farther rather than the one building, we're going to find out so many other ways to help our departments or our people out there. And we can respond in a different fashion. So, and it doesn't matter to me if it's north or south, but what I do know is I need a building of about 12 to 15,000 square feet on the north end, one on the south end, and we'll divide up our group out of that. We are moving some of our police functions out on West 2nd at the TSU building, out there by the state police. That's taking on a lot of different work as well too. So, and so we're trying to move back closer to the neighborhoods. The goal of the Our Town strategy, though, and I have not found a politically correct way, so I apologize if I offend anybody with the way I'm going to explain this. But anybody is welcome to live in the city of Roswell as long as they follow our laws, as long as they don't become a detriment to our neighbors, as our neighborhoods. If somebody wants to come in this town and sell drugs to our kids, we have no purpose for them to be in our town. And that's where this Our Town strategy comes from. If they're going to come in here and they're going to shoot the town up, if they're going to come in here and sell drugs to our kids, there is no purpose for them to be in the city of Roswell. That's not what we are. Leave our town. If you don't leave our town, we'll find a way to get you to leave. But when we go into the Our Town strategy, and you've had a couple of them on your plate for habitual offenders that have exceeded the expectation of how much service they should be allowed for a police department to respond to their house. I mean, when a property gets 36 visits in a year for the police to go out to that house, there's a big problem there. We're willing to help the victims. We're willing to help anybody that wants to help. But if it is a drug house, for lack of a better term, you have no place in the city of Roswell. We're going to find a way to get you out of here. And the whole concept of the habitual offender, I know Mr. Patterson doesn't like it when we talk about this, but we embarrass DUI people all the time in the newspaper by putting their picture in there saying, hey, this person was driving drunk. What if we used the billboard and we put a drug house up there and said, visit this house. This is a drug house in the city of Roswell. I'll guarantee you that all the parents that see that will stop their kids from going out there. You know that, and I will not share all of our secrets, but most of the known drug houses out there have cameras on them. We know who stops there. And we're going to put it into this in some way, shape, or form. It is not fair to all of our law-abiding people to allow themselves to be put to this. The Our Town strategy, if I have to go up and tear up a sidewalk in front of a drug house, I will. It'll take me a little while to fix it. You know how long it takes me to fix infrastructure. It may take a while. I may have to do water line work. I may have to do street work. The thing is that Bill Bartlett will go over there and we will condemn the house. If you're going to do those nasty things in this city, then they don't belong to be here. And I'm sorry, I can't find another way to say it. I wish I could, because if there is anybody that has conditions that they need help with, we also have that help. We have a lot of organizations that we lean on to help do that. But if they're not going to help make our community better, then we have no purpose for them here. I'd love to have them leave New Mexico altogether if they would. So, and so we're going to take in all of this. Again, clean and safe is very important to remove the rat houses out there in order to not let people hide, not let people do the bad things. The hard part with the clean and safe program and some of these properties, these people don't even know they own the property, a lot of them. They're in a trust somewhere. They're way out of state. The people that did own it, that knew they had it, they've lost sight of it. But I'm here to say that we want people to help us clean up this property. And a lot of the public forums that I've been to over the last 4 years have been people asking for help. And they're afraid to say much because if they get known to be a snitch or an individual, then people will attack them differently in the neighborhood. We're going to keep them anonymous. All they have to do is give a call. Chief Smith will help take care of them. We'll make sure that it gets done. We want to stop this. It does take time. I mean, you know how long it takes to take out a house that's dilapidated? It takes 6 months to get it to the point where we can tear it down. We're not going to give up on our side, but we're going to use every department out there in order to get it done. That even goes into the city engineer going through and changing out the layout of our neighborhoods. You know, we can put cul-de-sacs in. We can stop drive-throughs in the neighborhood by changing out the traffic patterns. We can do all of that different kind of work. We just have to look at it collaboratively. We have to look at it concisely. We're going to lean on you heavily in order to try to get that way. Hopefully I've shared a little bit of my passion with this thing, because it's not fair to all those people that are just trying to live their life, trying to make Roswell a better place. It's not fair, and we're going to try to fix that. With that, my last slide here is the focus for this year. We are going to stabilize our financial structure. We gave an update on the Tyler system and everything, all the financial software. We should be done with that by the mid part of this year. My goal and what I've asked all the staff to do is clean up our house. Again, what COVID has given us time to do is really look at ourselves a little bit differently. And we have a lot of crap laying around. We have a lot of stuff that is no longer usable, no longer viable for what we're trying to do, what we're trying to serve. Let's get rid of it. Let's clean it up. Let's get rid of all that clutter. If it's a building that has outlived its usefulness, let's get rid of it. Somebody else may be able to use it. I mean, we talked about the current police station. The location of where it's at in downtown would make a great hotel. It's a great location to be downtown, and that apartments would be nice downtown as well too. We want to keep looking at our lease to own. It's not so much that we're going to pay a little bit more on the leasing, but if we're going to own it, then we need to reinvest the maintenance into it. We need to maintain it all the way along, not wait 50 years and then say, okay, what the heck are we going to do now? I've asked everybody to update all the policies, procedures, and processes. There's nothing that I know that frustrates you guys more when we bring an agreement to you that has been expired for 6 months. And it's like, well, who was watching this? Who was making sure that we were checking all those pieces? Most of our performance agreements now, with all of our contracted service, have metrics. Annually, we're supposed to be meeting with all of them in order to determine if they've done exactly what we've said we've asked them to do. All of that needs to happen, and so I've asked everybody to put it into the calendar ticklers. There's no reason why we miss deadlines or dates anymore. Prepare a 5-year plan for implementation for processes and capitals. Again, you know, inventories are good, and I think that's where, as we talk about the streets, we have an inventory. We have a good listing of how bad our streets are. 2 years old now. We still have to implement it so that we can correct that problem. We did a sports fields analysis on all the capital. We know what equipment needs to be replaced. We know what's in still good shape. We have not put it on a capital improvement plan yet. We need to start doing that, because again, the thing that we're going to do is we're not going to lower our standards to where we're at. We're going to keep our standards high, and we're going to keep pushing you the same way you push us to raise our standard to where it's supposed to be. We're emphasis on customer service. I think we're already at a disadvantage by being a government. You know, we're the government. We're here to help you. We're already at a disadvantage, but as a local government, we should be closer to our people than anybody else out there, and so we want to make sure that we are serving them appropriately. That doesn't mean that we don't tell them no, but we do it in the right way. We want to reopen to a 7-day-a-week service. Again, part of the constriction that we had with the budget, losing $31 million out of there, we lost 101 jobs out of our whole group. We are starting to put pieces back so that we can expand back out our hours, so we can expand out our ability to serve the public. But we're not there with everything yet. The 7-day-a-week service, like the museum, is not open 7 days a week. The zoo is not open 7 days a week. Recreation is not open 7 days a week. It is, but it isn't. I mean, so we need to put those pieces back in there. And we are looking at a more definitive part-time employee operating process. Part of the thing of what we've done with the police PSA program, the public safety aides, that is a career choice program now. You can only be a PSA in the city of Roswell for 3 years. By then, we want you to become a police officer. It's an advancement. We bring you in earlier. We are looking at that for the fire department as well, too, because there's age requirements for those areas of industries. And so we bring them in early, we get them trained up. When they hit the ground, they're ready to go. That's what we're trying to do. We also know that if we can create a more positive part-time employee, we've already built our succession planning for when we have a full-time job open. We take the best of the best at that point in time. We just move them into the full-time slots. We've already got them trained. We've already got them moving. And I think that's the biggest focus. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I can answer those, but thank you for letting me share the state of the staff.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nebb. I have Councilor Perry. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
I just wanted to say, one of the telltale signs of true leadership is when you give credit when things are going well. When things aren't going well, you take credit. And I just want to say this is an unbelievable presentation. What you've presented to us and the amount of time that you have is just amazing. We have an amazing team here in Roswell from the top to the bottom. I was just sharing with one of the employees the other day, in the middle of the freezing cold when we had those single-digit temperatures. I was driving down Garden, and there was a manhole that water was just flooding out of it, and there was one of our workers at about 4-degree temperature, all the way down to his shoulder, down in that, trying to help fix problems for our people. We've got the best of the best, and I'm grateful for that. And I want to publicly say we've got the best of the best in our leadership as well. I'm very appreciative. This has been a great presentation, and I'm thankful for it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, Mr. Nebb. As we've discussed many times, I support your leadership, and I really appreciate, the only thing that I don't like about your leadership is that you can't move this thing faster. But otherwise, I think
Yes, sir.
I think that we are. I don't know if anybody else could, but otherwise, I think you're on track with a lot of things. I did want to touch on briefly on a couple of things that you brought up. One is you mentioned leadership training. I remember even, gosh, when I first came on the council, you talked about that as well. And I think that's critical that we do that. The other component of that as well, though, is something that I really. I know we've talked about it, but I wanted to just state it publicly, and that is that we have to do a little more headhunting, especially when we're looking for these as you kind of laid out these top level people. It's not that Roswell isn't a good place for people to be, but it's sometimes it's hard for people to see that from the outside. And what a headhunter does for us is it helps those people who might not look at us normally, they might not see us normally, help to connect them with us to find those great matches. Because it is critical and that well, if you bring in someone who is not successful, that's a 2-year process, and that's 2 years of money, time, energy that we need to get those right people and the best people. So I know we've talked about it, but I did want to just mention that publicly. That's a direction I hope that we take HR with that. Trying to read my other notes here. The other thing that you mentioned, and I want it's a speed thing. 7-day-a-week services, I think we're dying on that. We need to have those services going 7 days a week, and I really want to encourage staff to double down on trying to find creative ways to use the resources they currently have. Of course, we're going to try to get them more resources, but don't count on more resources. I want to encourage staff to be creative and figure out creative ways to get their doors open more often for our community, because there's still significant investments. While we're not funding the museum and the zoo and others at the same level we were 2-3 years ago, it's still a lot of money that we are funding those organizations, and we want to make sure we're maximizing that. So whatever we can do to encourage our leadership at those senior positions to look at creative ways to get those doors open more often. That's what they're there for. If the doors aren't open, they're not doing their job. And as far as, we have a lot of people in our community who they might work weekends. Not everybody has a Monday to Friday. If you're in the service industry, you're in retail. I was in retail for a lot of years. You don't necessarily have the weekends where you can go to the zoo, and so we need to be open for those, especially for those people, who are, a lot of them are lower paying, lower end jobs. We need to be serving that part of our community. So, again, I agree with the 7 days. Can't make it happen fast enough. I did want to ask a couple of questions. I don't know if this is the best time, but I'm asking them anyway. Two things. Number one is we initially had a plan to partition when we were going to take the zoo to tickets. We were going to partition off the park, what used to be called Peppermint Park, for those who remember under that name, but that part of the zoo property that's more of a park than part of the zoo, and it hasn't been open yet. I was wondering what the plan was on that. The other thing too was, I know that we approved money and et cetera to get the library repaired.
Yep.
The section that got the water damage, there even was a picture of it somewhere in this annual report. I saw them and they're working on that. But it has been delayed, and that is that's causing it's causing disadvantage to our children, because it is that children's section especially, and how important is it for kids to be able to go in there and explore and browse books. So if you could address those two issues for me, I'd
Sure, I
appreciate it.
can. Mayor, City Council, on the zoo, we put in enough fence in order to break the zoo off of the park. The challenge was that we did not finish the fencing that closes the zoo completely off from the park. So right now, if you go over there on a closed day, the gates are shut, and you cannot utilize what the City Council has determined to be the free park of Peppermint Park, or where the rocket ship is as well. The only answer I have for that is that our focus shifted from getting the fence in order to create the channel into the zoo, and then we stopped there in order to open the zoo. And so we have not gotten back to that. But now that you have expressed that, I know that the individuals that will help me get that done, they will begin working on that. So I don't really have another thing other than what we did is it was a prioritization of taking care of the first things first, and then we were coming down that. I got an update from Trent, more on the library. Everything is moving well for the renovations, for the repairs from that. The end date for that total project to be completely done is by the end of June. They are in the middle, and he spouted off a lot of different things. All the rough-in plumbing has been in and inspected, so they're all ready to start putting up the walls for that. But they have done some other painting, and they have done some other work in there. So if you get a chance to stop over there. But he said that based upon where the schedule is at right now, that the library should be fully complete by the end of June. And there may be a couple little things left over that the public would not recognize as being not completed, but it is moving along. My understanding is they did start on the roof repairs today. And so I think that's probably the broadest I can go with that without reading exactly where they're at with all of that different types of construction within there. But they anticipate that library will be completely finished with that work from that damage from the water leak, and we're fixing the roof because it had never been done either by the end of June.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report again. Thank you.
All right, that exhausts my list. I have nothing else. So unless there's more questions from Mr. Nebb, we're going to move on to item number 5. Item number 4, ladies and gentlemen, was pulled from the agenda and has gone back for infrastructure for further action. Item number 5, Councilor Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Janie Davies, the Finance Director, as an additional signer on all city bank accounts.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve designating Janie Davies, Finance Director, as an additional signer on city bank accounts. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, and councilors. Janie Davis, as the new finance director, historically has been the finance director has been serving as a signer on all bank accounts. So the request tonight is to authorize Janie to be that signer. This will provide greater flexibility as we transfer to our Wells Fargo banking services. There's also some day-to-day transactions that we conduct that will also give her the ability to be able to access and transact businesses with the bank directly, such as wire transfers. We just did one for the GSA property at the Air Center, which she herself took out to the bank. So this is just a formality to give the authority. This will be documented, and sometimes banks do require some sort of documentation that it was duly authorized by the Board of Finance, the City Council. So at this time, we are requesting consideration to authorize Janie to be that additional signer.
Thank you. I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any problems with Ms. Davis being a signature or a signer on the bank accounts. But what I do want to address is some of the language on the abstract. For instance, according to the abstract information, it says that the city has approximately 14 accounts, the signature cards need to be updated. Why approximately, why not exact number? Do we not have that exact number of accounts?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, and I use approximately because I think when we were drafting the abstract, I asked the question, and I believe from staff's recollection, that's the number that we presented, but we definitely have staff from finance here, and I would defer to that and see if they can give me an approximate number of the accounts. Chanel will be.
No, I just find it kind of, I guess, disturbing a little bit that we use the word approximately, that we don't know for sure how many accounts we have.
Councilor Oropesa, I believe we have 19 accounts total. So we have 14 regular accounts through Pioneer, and then we also have some investment accounts.
And it sounds like a lot of accounts for a size of our community. Can you tell us why we have so many accounts?
Sure. So most of the accounts we have with Pioneer, we have a regular operating account, which is what we use for our main transactions day to day. And the rest of the accounts are specific to bond payments, loan payments, or things like that. And then the investment accounts also are separate from the operating.
Okay. And according to the abstract information, it states this will provide greater flexibility for finance to transition to Wells Fargo banking services, process wire transfer, access online bank statements, and process other routine banking transaction. So does this mean that the city is transitioning all or some to Wells Fargo, or?
At this time, we haven't decided how many accounts we are transferring. We are looking at, I think, some of our operating, because of the size of transactions we have to deal with, especially with the water department, they can offer us more options for processing payments.
So the way I understand it, and I'm making assumptions here, that's the reason I'm going to ask a question. Doesn't the city have these type of services with current banking institutions now?
Currently we are with Pioneer, so for our operating account, they cannot offer us the flexibility that Wells Fargo can in processing electronic files and things like that. So we are processing quite a few payments manually. So the time that it takes to process those payments would be eliminated through Wells Fargo.
Okay, so right now we don't have an account with Wells Fargo, is that what you're saying?
Not yet, no.
Okay. And it also says Ms. Davies is being requested to be added to all city accounts, and I guess that's understandable. But how many individuals are on each account, and is it the same people on all accounts?
I think for the most part, we have 4 individuals on each account, and they should be pretty consistent on who's signing on all accounts.
Okay, and do you mind telling us who they are?
Sure. So we have our city manager, Joe Nebb. We have our deputy city manager, Mike Matthews. We have generally the finance director, which would be Janie Davies, and also the mayor, Dennis Kintai.
And they're all on all accounts?
Most, yes, as far as I know.
Okay, you said most.
Yeah, with Pioneer, yes, it is all 4 of them. With the investment accounts, I think it's pretty consistent with who is signing, but I would have to double check on who is signers on those.
And another question that I have is, all these individuals that are on these accounts, I'm going to assume that department heads or departments cannot open separate accounts. They all have to go through the city finance. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Presa, that is correct. I mean, again, with the exception of one other branch, the court, but all other accounts are managed through the finance department and with the approval, of course, knowledge of the mayor and city manager, deputy city manager. So department heads cannot go out and open accounts without consulting with the finance department.
And why the courts, why would they have their own account?
Well, and that will be, probably discussed at a later time. I think that the court did request to open a separate account because the way they're collecting some of the fees from the court, and the judge has opened another account, and we have had meetings with the judge, and again, we have ongoing discussions with him to try to resolve any issues that there may be regarding the opening of that account.
And Mayor, City Council, and I know Mr. Parker, Mr. Patterson can share a little bit as more too. The municipal court has some statutory authority that they can have their separate account, and then they essentially receipt the money that the city is owed from that account. So it is a statutory responsibility that they have the ability for that. I think there's some, with what Mr. Fuentes is talking about, there is some conversation that can happen between the legislative body of the city council and the municipal court of the judge, and to determine exactly how that is done, because almost every court in the state of New Mexico does it just a little bit differently, but they have the statutory ability. No other department in the city has that statutory ability.
But is a finance director or whoever, Mr. Fuentes or whoever, are they able to get into that account or look at it or kind of keep track of what's going on with that account?
I would say that the way that account, we can ask for the updates of the records. He has to supply them to us. There's actually an audit that we do within that structure. I will say that I don't think right now that we have any individual from the city side on that account. So the whole process is that we have to go through a certain process to get that information through our request for an audit or a view of where that money is. He has to provide us, I think on a monthly basis, what's in the account and how that money has been adjusted, whether money in or money out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilor Foster and Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
One of the questions I have is, and I'm not really sure about the FDIC insurance, is it per account or is it for one entity for the whole bank? I mean, we have 14 accounts at Pioneer. Approximately, do we know what the total is of the money in those 14 accounts?
Well,
I know it changes daily, but.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Foster, so the deposits that we have with the bank far exceed the FDIC coverage. However, by state statute, the bank is required to pledge collateral on our deposits to the level as required by state statute. So there's additional coverage, and I'm not sure what the it's a lot more than what FDIC provides, and that's required by state statute.
Okay, because I know at one point in time, we banked with several banks in town. And when we consolidate all to one bank, that just gets me worrying about hitting the total FDIC bank or what they will actually insure. Not that I'm worried Pioneer will go under, but I'm just saying, when you get to that point, as our city, that's something we should be looking at too.
And just really quickly on that, Mayor, City Council, about a year and a half, we brought an RFP to the City Council to move these accounts to Wells Fargo, these accounts that we're talking about over to Wells Fargo. We do continue to have other accounts, smaller accounts in different banks, depending on where that money is coming from, how it's moving as well too. So I anticipate, I think that's why we've taken as long as we have to move from Pioneer over to Wells Fargo, but there was a council action taken that we needed to move to Wells Fargo, and so it's just taken a little longer to get that information there. And we have the ability within our reports, we can print off exactly where our money, what the revenue amounts are in each one of those accounts. We just don't have it here tonight.
Thank you, I yield.
Councilor Roebuck and then Councilor Peterson. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the city manager just pointed out what I was going to say is that this council did take up action on, it was an RFP, so it went through the full RFP process. So I believe there were several banks that submitted RFPs, or actually submitted proposals. They didn't submit the request, of course, that was ours. Submitted the proposals, and the matter was dealt with as far as why we are looking at transitioning to Wells Fargo. So I think that staff has provided us information on this transition in the past, and that's all I wanted to point out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Peterson, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that the city should keep the taxpayers' money in a local bank. And Wells Fargo, is a big bank. I've personally had a lot of trouble with Wells Fargo. But I think that, the taxpayers, that money needs to stay here in Roswell. I don't think it's going to go to wherever their headquarters is. New York City or wherever, assume. Thank you.
All right, that exhausts my list. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Janie Davis, Finance Director, as an additional signer on all city bank accounts. A no or nay rejects that position. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have, final vote is 8-1 with one absent. Yeah, okay, excuse me. I'm misreading this sign here. Okay, 8-1. Next up is item number 13. Ladies and gentlemen, items number 6 through 12 were adopted when the agenda was adopted as part of the consent agenda. So next up is item number 13. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the recommendation of 3-0 from the Finance Committee, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-14 to amend fiscal year ending in June 30, 2021, approved budget as presented.
Okay. Motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Kennard. Ms. Ray, how are you doing?
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we are asking for approval of a budget amendment in the amount of $327,180 in revenues and $1.09 million in expenses for various funds. In the general fund, we are requesting in the amount of revenues $2,258 and expenses $51,758. We did receive a damage claim for a police unit, and we also purchased a tractor for the Parks Department. In the Fire Protection Fund, we are asking to increase expenses for $490,917. This was for the purchase of the Engine 6. In the Cemetery Fund, we are requesting an increase in expense of $121,841. This was for the purchase of the backhoe that was approved through you all. In the Restricted Donation Fund, we are asking to increase revenues $247 and expenses $110,702. So there, we did receive a couple of donations, one for the library and one for animal control. And for the zoo, this is to pay for the mountain lion exhibit. And then in the Air Center Fund, we are requesting for an amount in both revenues and expense of $324,675 for engineering services. And I will stand for any questions.
All right. I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that I understand the information on the abstract. And that is Fund 2602, Cemetery Fund. We're not talking about the Cemetery Perpetual Fund, right?
It's technically one fund still, but yes, this is for the cemetery. So we do have two separate cash accounts. One is for the perpetual and then just regular operating. So this would be through operating.
But this, the information on the abstract is not, it doesn't mean that you're taking the money out of the perpetual fund.
Correct, yes, it's out of the operating side.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. Reminder, council resolutions require a minimum of 6 for approval. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-14. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Ladies and gentlemen, item 14, the minutes was approved when we adopted the agenda, including the consent agenda. We are now moving on to item number 15. Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve Resolution 2113 for Water Utility Asset Management Plan.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Peterson to approve Resolution 21-13, Water Utility Asset Management Plan. Mr. Nahar.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. What we have before you today is Resolution 2113, a resolution that the city will, within the next 4 years, begin and adopt a Water Utility Asset Management Plan, AMP. And the slide before you and in your packet is what they call the Asset Management IQ. So if you don't know what an asset management plan is and some of the characteristics, besides the equipment and management and replacement, quality of service to customers, even disabled customers, the whole plethora of what an asset management plan is. As part of the application that we have to the Water Trust Board to continue with the Edgewood water utility improvements, we have an application in to do the water line on Cherry Street. If you remember, 2 years ago, we were on Garden and we extended the 12-inch water line, stubbed it out to Cherry Street. Now we want to carry that from Garden to Atkinson, which would be the next phase. It's a $1 million project. We're asking for $750,000 from Department of the Water Trust Board, who also is in conjunction with New Mexico Finance Authority. They require that all entities requesting money have an asset management plan for the utility that they're asking for. If we ask for sewer, I'm sure we would have the same requests and requirements. So right now we need a resolution that will satisfy us for this year's application and with the commitment that we'll be having an asset management plan in the next 4 years. So you would expect, I would expect that Water Maintenance Transmission or Water Enterprise Fund will be putting in their budget for an RFP to create an AMP. and I stand for any questions. It went before infrastructure, and infrastructure recommended it 4-0.
Okay, thank you. I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm questioning a little bit. We're committing now to have a plan in 4 years.
Yes, they give us 4 years to do it.
Do we have one in place right now for these 4 years? Or is this the first time we're doing one?
This is the first time we're doing it.
Okay, okay. And then I'm curious if this is a boilerplate or why there is another whereas under the resolve.
I could not answer that. We just get the boilerplates and we just fill in the blanks.
It is a boilerplate. They put it there?
Uh,
Whoever
yes,
they are?
I just fill in the blanks.
Okay. So you didn't put a whereas where it shouldn't be?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I have no one else on my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-13, calling for the creation of a water utility asset management plan. A no or nay rejects the resolution. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0.
Thank you, Mayor
Next-
and Council.
Yes, sir. Next up, item number 16, Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Finance Committee at 3-0 and our meeting at March 4th, I make a motion to approve Resolution 21-15 authorizing the sale of certain surplus personal property.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve Resolution 21-15. Mr. Glenn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the first of many, many, many resolutions that we will be bringing to you to get rid of our surplus property that we've built up over the last 2 years. This first resolution, we decided to bring this one through because it's stuff from the IT department. It was pretty mundane and regular stuff. So we wanted to make sure that the process worked. This has been declared by the IT department as being obsolete due to age, software issues, something else. The items will be disposed of. We'll be putting them on pallets, taking a picture of them, putting them on the website to sell. If we don't sell them, then they'll be turned in at the next recycling event for electronics. The computers have been scrubbed by the IT department as required by state law, and the Finance Committee did approve this 3-0.
All right.
Stand for questions.
I have Councilor Stubbs. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is on the resolution itself. And again, in the resolve, the first, the number one, says the exhibits A and B, and there's no B attached. Am I correct?
You're correct. That's
So-
my mistake.
Oh.
Sorry.
And
It was my
then-
first one.
today, or this hour. No, I'm sure forever. So, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if we couldn't just scratch and B from the resolution. It refers to something that isn't there.
Okay. Do I have a motion then, Councilor, for an amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Ms. Call, do you understand? All right, so this is on the amendment. Any discussion or debate on this proposed amendment? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the amendment. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, amendment passes 9-0. We're now on an amended resolution. Councilor
Mayor.
Stubbs, you still have the floor.
I have another one.
Okay.
Thank you. On number 2 in the resolve, where it says the personal property list, I think it should say each personal property, listed, because it's not collective. I probably need someone to clarify if I'm wrong or not, but it seems to me it should say each personal property listed in Exhibit A. instead
write that
of
one.
the.
Each item of personal property listed in Exhibit A, would that work?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I move to amend the motion in number 2 of the resolve to scratch the word, leave the word the, what did you say?
No, it's scratch the, and it would say each item of
Item,
personal
okay.
property.
Thank you. Scratch the word the and start that with each item of personal property. Each item of.
Okay, this is on item number 2, the personal property listed, so that shall be sold, but I'm not seeing it. Can you help me, Mr. Patterson? Where are we looking at?
Yeah,
120.
paragraph 2 of the resolved,
Okay.
Line 20.
yeah, line 20, there you go.
The personal property listed on Exhibit A has a value of $2,500 or less.
We're going to
as-
strike the and put each item of. So it will now read each item of personal property
Okay.
listed in Exhibit A.
All right, that's, any discussion or debate on the amendment?
Would you like a motion, actual motion?
I'm sorry?
Would you prefer an actual motion?
Mr. Patterson, do you feel we need to have a motion to change that?
I think that you can, but you could propose it as, an item of unanimous consent, and if there's no objection to that, then you could proceed that way.
Okay, we'll make that a item of unanimous consent. If there's no objection, we'll reword line 2, so each item, or each of,
Each item of.
each item of personal property. Okay, any objections, counselors? Let the record reflect I have no objections. We will adopt that change to the language of item 2. All right, Counselor Stubbs, you still have the floor.
I'm finished, thank you, sir.
Okay, I have Counselor Perry. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
I was just wondering, do we not use Commodore computers anymore? I'm just kidding.
Doorstop.
I know that this is done, I appreciate how this is being done, this all dealing with the IT. So should we be seeing as these come forward, probably things grouped in sections to where they are more easily sold in pallet lists that way?
That's what we're going to try and do, is put them together, so we can go to one department and say, we're going to collect all your stuff.
I think that's a great way to look at this, and I think that, like our manager was saying, cleaning house, I think this is job security for you for a long time, because we probably got a lot, but.
Years.
Okay, thank you very much. I just needed that as clarification.
Okay, I have Counselor Foster. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Well, I just have a statement that I'm proud that we're finally here, because this is something I've been pushing, because it was so frustrating to me that when we would wait and have this big thing at the one time and put all these computers out in the middle of a field for a week and hope it didn't rain and hope that the problem didn't happen, and so to just get rid of the surplus as it comes along. And I know right now we have a lot of surplus, but eventually it'll be just smooth to get things going and get it gone and get the funds right back into our account as quick as possible, instead of waiting and having to take all the time to put it together for one sale a year or one every 2 years. So thanks for getting this done.
All right, very good. I have no one else on my list. So at this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-15 as amended. A no or nay rejects the resolution dealing with sale of certain surplus personal property. Once again, a yes or aye approves, a no or nay rejects. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 17, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the recommendation from the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0 in favor, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-16, authorizing the submission of an application for finance assistance and project approval to the New Mexico Finance Authority.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Peterson. Before we go into this, counselors, This item, item number 18, and the original item number 25 are all interrelated. What I have asked staff to do is to give an overview on all three of these as they are interconnected. We will, however, take separate action on each and every one. But the purpose is here to ensure the continuity and the correct understanding of the multiple aspects to this particular effort. Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. So the item 18 is consideration of Resolution 2116. Again, just a little bit of background. As the mayor mentioned, all of the following three are interrelated. Through official action of the city, the city council authorized the solid waste department to acquire a new landfill compactor in the amount of about $1.2 million using our solid waste fund cash on hand. At the same time, Resolution 2103 authorized staff in the city to seek a loan through the New Mexico Finance Authority. Now, on February 8th, Sutter Miller and Associates, who are the engineers assisting the landfill, estimated that the available space at the landfill at the current cell 4 was projected to be filled by July 2021. So the estimated cost for a new cell, which is 5A, which would have been the next phase, we're looking at about $3.3 million. So the proposed resolution is authorizing the submission of an application for financial assistance from the New Mexico Finance Authority, again, as authorized by Resolution 2103, and as well to include the proposed construction of cell 5A for 3.3. On the phone, we have Eric Harrigan from RBC Capital, and he has prepared a presentation on the financial piece. And Sharon will load that PowerPoint. Eric, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me all?
Thank you. Yes. Go ahead, Eric, if
Great.
you'd like to go ahead, start your presentation, and I'll flip through the slides.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. We were asked to take a look at financing the two projects that were just laid out to you. On page 2 of the presentation, we initially ran a scenario assuming a 10-year repayment of the solid waste compactor and a 20-year repayment for the new solid waste landfill cell. The annual debt service associated with the solid waste compactor, given current interest rates, is a little less than $150,000 a year, and for the solid waste landfill, the annual debt service would be around $223,000 and $224,000 a year. The combined all-in true interest cost for both borrowings would be about 2.36%, and the total repayment of about $5.9 million, and that would include the interest as well. The annual debt service for both financings would be around $370,000 in the first 10 years, and that would decline to about $224,000 in year 11 and thereon. Next slide. So we also looked at financing both projects on a 10-year basis, and that would result in an annual debt service for the solid waste compactor the same, around $150,000, $147,000 a year. Because you're shortening up the annual debt service on the solid waste, that annual debt service would increase to a little less than $400,000, about $392,000 a year. But your all-in interest cost would drop fairly substantially to 1.225%, and the total repayment would be about $400,000 less, about $5,395,000 over that 10-year period. So while your debt service goes up, your borrowing, your interest cost goes down quite a bit because you're not borrowing for as many years. And then on page 4, looking at just the solid waste landfill over a 10-year period, the true interest cost goes up just a little bit because you're borrowing a little bit less, certain economies of scale. Your true interest cost goes up just a touch to 1.31%. Total repayment of about $3.9 million. We have on page 5 of the presentation, we did look at the history of the operating results for the solid waste system. 2017 and prior, the solid waste system did provide fairly healthy debt service coverage. In 2018, due to increase in operating expenses, I believe, and personnel expenses, the net operating income went down in 2018, but it recovered in 2019. Based upon our analysis, the city has sufficient coverage for any of the scenarios that we just discussed. On the last few pages, and I'll kind of cover this at a pretty high level. I won't go through each individual, but President Biden just recently did sign the coronavirus relief bill, which was passed by both houses earlier, or I guess it was yesterday or earlier today. But from an interest rate standpoint, even though rates have ticked up a little bit, and I'm on page 9 of the presentation, when you look at from a historical standpoint, interest rates are still very low. They're still very attractive. As I mentioned, 10-year borrowing is going to be in the neighborhood of 1.2 to 1.3%, given current interest rates. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on the presentation, and I will continue to stay on the line should there be any questions that come up on the other agenda items.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes, why don't we move into the item number 18, ordinance, the authorization to advertise ordinance 21-02, and why we're doing that.
And yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. So part of the process of seeking financial assistance from the New Mexico Finance Authority does require an ordinance to be adopted. On the phone, we have Daniel Alsop, who is the bond counsel, who has been working with us through this process and has worked with RBC. Daniel, are you online?
Yes, sir, I am on. Hello, Mayor Kintai and councilors. Daniel also with the Model Sperling firm. We're a bond counsel to the city. The resolution before you now is a necessary first step to borrow from the New Mexico Finance Authority. It doesn't obligate the city to borrow from the Finance Authority, but to get in line to borrow from them, that this is a necessary first step, and it authorizes the application to the Finance Authority to borrow from them. The resolution before you now on this agenda item is a pretty standard format, and it would allow the application to be considered by the Finance Authority Board at the March 25th Finance Authority Board meeting. If the council is inclined to adopt this ordinance tonight, then the Finance Authority would consider it at their March 25th meeting, and the council would consider an ordinance at the April 8th meeting. And closing would occur on May 15th. I'm happy to address any provisions of the ordinance right now, or to wait until that agenda item comes up, whatever is the mayor and council's preference.
Okay, thank you, sir. And now let's ask for Mr. Chaparro to explain some more about this. This is item number 25 originally, now item 18B.
Mayor, Council, good evening. I'm here to present to you, we're requesting approval for a professional service agreement for Sauter, Miller and Associates.
Get a little closer.
The professional services that Juan had stated, the landfill at Unit 4 is filling up at a faster rate than we anticipated. And our engineering consultants is saying we're going to reach capacity in about 5.5 months. On SMA Engineering is assessing we have 109 cubic yards of airspace remaining, with the city receiving about 14,800 cubic yards per month. SMA has already finalized the plans for Unit 5A, and today we also got approval, state approval for the process as well for the plans. That just came in today. I'm asking Mayor, City Council, consider approval of professional services agreement to SMA in the amount of $162,316.06. Infrastructure Committee approved this 4-0 and recommended it for approval during the meeting on the February 22nd, 21. Finance Committee recommended this to full council on March 4th. Some of the professional services, again, that we're looking at, why 4 kind of grew so fast. We do have some extenuating factors, such as the 2017 hailstorm and some school demos that actually occurred during the city. And my next slide here, I'm going to kind of show you a little bit of these are just the day-to-day tonnage that we came in 2017, 2018. And these are just the accounts that came in day-to-day from people redoing roofs for damage. There's a lot of damaged property throughout the city that they came in. There was a significant increase in 17, especially 18, because that's kind of where everybody gets through the insurance process and starts coming into the landfill. So I wanted to kind of show you that. That's why I kind of accelerated the growth or the fill of Unit 4. And I do want to, this came up in finance and infrastructure. I want to kind of give you a little overview of some of the proactive approaches that we're looking at. We're introducing an alternative daily cover. So some of the past practices that the landfill utilized was every day they would bring in dirt and add dirt on top of the trash that we presented to the cell, so that increased the fill rate as well. So what we're doing now with the alternative daily cover, we'll be introducing dirt once a week, maybe twice a week, versus every single day. So it's going to reduce the man hours on the equipment, reduce the fill rate of the cell as well. Also, as Juan stated, the new compactor, it's going to give us a higher compaction rate now. So the higher compaction rate with the less dirt that we're introducing with the alternative daily cover, it's going to slow the growth of the cell, which would be cell 4 and cell 5. Also, in extending the service of the compactor, we just got it, we're going to start alternating the hours between the equipment that we have now. So with the UCV alternative daily cover, alternating the hours of the new equipment, not putting so many hours on it, it'll extend the life of the brand new compactor as well. And additionally, in talking with our engineering consultants, we're going to start performing yearly topographical surveys, so 5A, and we're going to be monitoring very closely the following: the quantity of airspace that's being used to date, determination of airspace used per month, waste and daily cover, and determination of the life of the current disposal cell at current waste acceptance rates. That's just another fancy way of saying we're going to be watching it very closely, how it grows, what's the life, what can we do better, so we don't have to come across a situation like this again. Next, here you can kind of see the relationship where Unit 4 is and Unit 5, and I do want to remind Mayor, City Council, that Unit 4 is going to get up to a certain rate and stop. It's not going to get covered. We're going to wait until 5 gets to the same level as 4, and then 4 and 5 are supposed to be closed together. So that's kind of give you a little bit of overview there. Here's the engineering drawings of Unit 4 and 5, kind of what SMA has proposed and putting together at this moment. Next, this is kind of the Louis Nahar and his team in coordination with Juan and our team as well. We've already been working and getting a schedule up, kind of expediting the process. That's why SMA has been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to get us to this point. This is the current photo as of 2 days ago of the cell, how it's growing. And at this time, I want to remind you, I have SMA Scott McKittrick on the phone as well, Louis Nahar, Juan here for the finance aspect, and any technical day-to-day, I can provide that for you. Mayor, Council, I stand for any questions.
All right, Mr. Nebb, this is a a big bite we're taking here. We have 3 different items we're basically talking about, but it's really one item. You want to wrap that up and kind of put this in perspective and what we're really asking the council to consider in the totality?
In the totality?
Yeah.
Well, as you're aware, Mayor, Council, again, what's happening is that we were getting prepared to close out cell number 4, and we're opening up 5A for cell 5. We've chosen to do cell 5 in 2 different measures. So as you walk through this thing, when we initially came to you, we were looking for a loan in order to handle the compactor. We've went away from that, and we're combining it together with the cell work instead as being with that. So that's probably the shortest version I can give you with that. But we found that we were able to combine, everything kind of came to fruition at the same time. And then, so that's why we're before you today for that. Again, cell 4 is almost full. We need to get cell 5A opened up and get it operating. We think we've got the time frame all built out. Just we're really tight on that. So.
Okay, thank you. And council, like I was saying with Mr. Nebb there, there's a bunch of pieces here. I will reiterate. The first item we will take action on is item number 17 in your packet, which is a resolution authorizing the submission of an application for financial assistance and project approval from the New Mexico Finance Authority. Item number 18 is an authorization to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on a proposed ordinance authorizing a loan agreement. The next item would be the professional services agreement to do the engineering work for the proposed cell. So, with that in context, I have Councilor Perry, Councilor Foster, and Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things that came up in Finance Committee that I think maybe would be good for this council to hear in full and clarification. The life expectancy of this cell of 5A is approximately, did I understand it, at about 10.4 years, something like that?
10.7.
10.7 years. So as we look at this, a couple of observations that were made in the Finance Committee that I think are very important to consider now as we're looking at this is, and Councilor Roebuck brought it up in conversation, that we don't, of course, want to be trying to borrow money that exceeds the life expectancy of what we're dealing with. And I appreciated those comments. Many of us were thinking that. And so we had asked Mr. Harrigan to put that in those slides for consideration, so now the full council's been able to see that, and that helps us to get a better picture of what we would be looking at on a 10-year term. So with that consideration, I guess just what I have to say, Mr. Mayor, is from what I'm understanding from this is, yes, we do have some money in reserves, but you always want to use money in reserves when there is no money to be able to utilize. In this particular instance, while I don't want to say that money is cheap, but that's just the best way I know how to say it, that money is cheap right now on the market, I think this is the best time, even though we have some money in reserves, to borrow so that when we do get in those emergency situations, God forbid, but money is much more expensive to borrow, that's when I would utilize reserves like we have right now. So I would like to see this council consider not trying to separate these two things and keep them unified as one while money is cheap, and to consider that with that 10-year. Now that doesn't change the motions for today, but that'll come back up later in consideration. So I just wanted to make those comments.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Foster, Councilor Roebuck, and Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am for all 3 of these motions. And I just know that I do appreciate Mr. Chaparro being on board now and what our ability that we have out there now. My disappointment is that about 11 months ago, I came to Mr. Nebb and said, we need to look at this and we need to be doing this now because oil's dropped. And because the last time we opened a cell when oil dropped, our RFP to actually dig it out was a lot cheaper because we weren't competing with oil for contracting. And so that's my only disappointment, that we didn't do this 11 months ago. And with this, our lifespan being 10.7, it would have been almost 12 years there, and we'd be a little bit better shape there too. But now that we have Mr. Chaparro there and we have the capabilities that we have, we'll be able to monitor it a lot closer. My idea was just because I knew oil was down, and the last time we had done it, we saved about 1.5 million digging out the cell. That I believe, that's my recollection. But I am, for these three items, I do think we need to pass them quickly and get it going as fast as possible. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck and Councilor Oropesa. That exhausts my list. Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go back to the slide with the historical spikes in the intake? Thank you. As I'm looking at this slide, so in FY8, what I don't see here, and maybe this information doesn't exist, I don't see here what was projected. What were we anticipating coming in? What was the quote-unquote budgeted amount that we were hoping for? And I don't need that necessarily know the answer, but I think going forward, that's kind of like, okay, at some point, if these are truly were higher than expected, that should have triggered something back in FY18. That, hey, we got way ahead of ourselves because and again, I hate to put anybody on the hot seat necessarily, but I think that our constituents are it's just the obvious question: how did we get to a situation like this? It's a little embarrassing for leadership from the city. It's embarrassing for this council. It's embarrassing for Joe and his staff that somehow we missed this very critical thing, and we assume that we're going to be able to fix it. And I think you guys have a good plan and you've attacked this very well, but one of these things goes wrong, and then what are we doing? We're shipping trash to a dump somewhere else at a very high expense if we don't have a place to put it. And so I don't want it to go unsaid that this is this is unacceptable way of operating the city, to where we're handling these kind of very, very, one of our fundamental core services that we provide. If we lose a lot of things, but we really can't lose trash pickup. And just to the danger of incurring a huge amount of expenses if for some reason we don't have a landfill facility here. It's not like we have a very close neighboring city that we can just drive, a couple miles down the road. So I guess my question, I know you introduced this slide to help answer my question a little bit, but without naming names or anything like that, how did this happen? How did we get to this? How was this an oversight? Maybe that's a Joe question more than anything, but yeah. I think it needs to be addressed in a public setting. So.
Mr. Nebb, you wanna field this one?
And the landfill has been discussed, Mayor, City Council. The landfill's been discussed since I've been here for 4 years. This has been planning. This has been coming. Over the time. There's a lot of different extenuating circumstances. I will say that were involved in this thing, but we went through a leadership change out at the landfill. So all of these processes shifted and changed. We got into even last year with the COVID response, slowed everything up as well at the tail end of this thing. We were still working on it, but we were not going to the level of going, okay, let's get triggered out there, similar to what Councilor Foster has said about trying to get it done at this point in time. I think some of the things that we've learned through this process, again, some of the early conversations, we didn't talk about when we thought this thing would fill up or how quickly it would fill up. We didn't talk about the compactor, because this new compactor actually compacts better as well too. So I wish I could point the finger at one thing and say this is what it was. I think there was a lot of different factors that came into this. All I can say now is that we're at this point now that we know exactly what's going on and we know how to get ahead of it. There's just too many different things as to what caused us to get to this level. We went through a lot of different changes within the landfill over the last 4 years as well too. Through all these different processes. I know Mr. Nahar had been working on preparing a lot of this information back 4 years ago as we continue to shift. So I don't have a better answer than that,
Sure.
Counselor. So.
No, and I appreciate that. And I do have confidence in leadership that this won't happen again. I really do, and that's why I'm not overly concerned about it. But I do think that we at some level that question is going to come up, and I think the question needs to be asked. Leadership changes are always challenging, and keeping an eye on things. I guess maybe more specifically, at what point did we realize that this was when did we realize that we were going to run out of space? What was the inciting incident that said, "Oh, this has to happen now"?
So, again, I want to point out to the change of the leadership. There is a different way of looking at things. Everybody looks at it differently. When I started looking at the cell with my team and consulting with our engineer, I want to look at the data. The data was kind of showing us, hey, look, we're trending on a high route. So I requested a topographical survey. I was like, hey, look, we've excavated the cell 5. It looks like it's too much. Cell 4 is too big. When was the last time you done a topographical survey? And some engineering, it's been a while. We can provide one for you. As soon as they provided that rang the bell. We're overloaded. We're over excavating. We're moving. So in that change of leadership, we start looking at things differently. Okay, now that we're looking at the data, we're looking at what's coming in. So my team that I have together, we look at all that stuff coming in. Cash on hand accounts, commercial accounts, residential accounts. We kind of trend that out. So we're kind of looking at it better now. The past practices that we noticed, what I've noticed as I've been there is that the landfill department was kind of working in a silo. So instead of cooperating, what we do here was we cooperate with City of Phoenix. We reach out to them, to the landfill out there. We talk to Albuquerque, we talk to Clovis. We're kind of getting a gauge on how to run the operation a little bit better. Under the leadership that we have now with Joe's direction, we're kind of getting a better hold on it. I hope that kind of gives you points in the right direction.
And when was that topographical engineering survey done?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Roba, if I may add, I think part of the notice that it was early in February.
Okay.
As I pointed out, when we were discussing the NMFA loan for the compactor, that wasn't on the radar because Abraham, on the background, was working with the engineers to get those topographical numbers finalized by the engineers. And when that was communicated to Mr. Chaparro, he did notify us immediately, and that's when we started moving forward with trying to come up with an action plan. And that's why you see the very tight schedule of the funding, the calendar and the proposed ordinance. And again, as Chaparro pointed out, working with the city engineer and procurement, trying to put all of those pieces together, and the state was able to approve the plans already, so we're on track. But again, it was early February. That's why you didn't see it at the other discussion.
Thank you. Yeah. So then on to the other issues. So about the financing part of this equation, I certainly had a concern when we were looking at potentially a 20-year loan for a facility that only has a lifespan of 10 years. Obviously, the best case scenario is to be out ahead of things. But if we're not in this situation, we can't get out ahead. But if we better at least stay even with things, to where we're not burdening future councils and our community in the future for paying for trash storage or dump space that we no longer have access to because we've used it up already. So I'm certainly inclined to make sure that we get this done in the 10-year time frame. And I also would concur with Councilor Perry as far as on borrowing the money while the money's cheap and holding those reserves for an emergency versus the other way around. If we have an emergency and then we're forced to borrow money at potentially an unfavorable rate or in an unfavorable situation, we don't know what the markets are going to be for now. We don't know what other things are going to come up. But when we have cash in hand, we know we can spend that without any sort of time delay of trying to figure out how to borrow the money, as well as without knowing how much interest we're going to have to pay if we do have to borrow money. So I certainly concur with Councilor Perry's opinion on that. I yield.
Okay. I have Councilor Orpesa, and I exhaust my list. Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. some of the questions and concerns have already been addressed for me, but I want to take a different look at this. And it's the finance part of it. Have we ever borrowed money for a sale that we know of?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, I believe the Solid Waste Department right now does not have any outstanding debt. So I don't believe we have borrowed for a sale.
So this is the very first time?
It would be correct.
Okay. And we refer to cell 5A, that implies to me that there's a cell 5B or C or whatever. Is that correct?
Mayor, Council, yes, Councilor Oropesa, there is a large portion of 5 where we're segregated into Part A and Part B.
Okay, and so the cost is going to be approximately around the same for cell 5B as well as 5A?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, if you can see on this graph, I believe, and we have Scott McHenrick from SMA online, but 5A is about 18 acres. Cell 5B, Scott, can you hear us? Oh, he's not on the line. That's, I believe, it's a much larger area than cell 5A. So again, we anticipate that, when we get to the point of developing cell 5B, it will be in the neighborhood of a little bit higher than the 3.3.
The concern that I have is going too quickly to borrow money. The legislature is going to be finishing here next week. And if we knew that this was an issue, did we not talk to our legislators to see if we could get some capital outlay money?
I can answer that one. Mayor, City Council, as you're well aware, the ICIP projects came all the way through. This cell 5A is on the list. However, it was not one of the top 5 of what we said were the most important for seeking legislative dollars for. So along with the cell, there were the VFD drives for the water, there was a bridge, there was a street project, I believe, as well, too, and then some work on a police department building. So this is on the list. It could be available for funding, but it was not one of the top 5 that we provided the additional information for at that point in time. Now, at that point in time, when we put that information out, we did not know the severity of how close we were to the tail end of the life expectancy of Unit 4.
And if I may add, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, even through the legislative process of the state, there's no guarantees that if we submitted a request for $3.3 or $4 million, that we will be able to get that funding. And even if we got some funding, the funding is not made available until July, August. So again, it really doesn't fit with the issue that we're dealing with, because when we had a short window with the current cell filling up, having to move forward with the construction of the new cell 5A, and that's the reason why we figured, since the council already authorized the loan compactor through NMFA, it only makes sense to try to consolidate this with this request, and again, being able to meet that shorter window of getting the funding within that time frame when we go out for construction.
So are you telling me that right now the fund for the sanitation doesn't have enough money to fund it?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, the sanitation fund, both combination of both the collection, again, remember, there's 2 different funds, the sanitation collection and the landfill fund. The landfill fund itself does not have the ending cash balance for this project. The solid waste collection fund has some of the resources. Not using all of those funds would essentially really bring down to a really low level the funds for that operation and the enterprise. Again, as it was pointed out, we wouldn't recommend that because we don't know what else might come up as an emergency, whether it's equipment that needs to be purchased, solid waste trucks, or any other heavy equipment. So that's the reason for the opportunity for seeking the NMFA funding, the assistance for both the compactor and the cell.
During the last 2-3 years, how much money has been transferred out of the sanitation or landfill fund for other purposes?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Oropesa, I would have to get the exact figures, but transfers out from sanitation, I believe, have been in the neighborhood of about $1 million. Again, I know you don't want me to use the word approximately, but I can't give you an exact figure at this time.
Well, my point being that as far as I understand, that the sanitation slash landfill, the fund was set up to be self-sufficient for any issues that dealt with sanitation in the landfill. And it seems like, and that's the reason that I asked that question. I don't know how much money has been transferred out of that fund for uses other than the sanitation and landfill issues.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, just for clarification, just until this year, last year, we're starting to separate those two funds, the sanitation and the collection and the landfill. We are in the process of conducting a rate study that will be able to set those rates at an appropriate level for both operations. Again, it's going to take time for us to start building the landfill reserves and as part of the long-term plan for the operation, as again, to avoid this issue happening again 10 years from now. Some of the procedures that have been implemented by Mr. Chaparro and his staff, and also just lessons learned, we'll be able to do a better job to plan ahead financially in 10 years from now. So having that separation, it's going to take time for us to be able to build that reserve on the landfill side, so that we don't end up in a similar situation 10 years from now. But right at this time, they're not.
I do understand what you're telling me, but the point being, whether you said landfill fund by itself and sanitation by itself, the fact still remains that there has been some money taken out of those sanitation fund, let's say sanitation fund.
Mr. Nebb, did you want to address that?
I wanted to answer that question because I can answer it in the broad shape because we don't have the numbers in front of us. But Mayor, City Council, I can assure you that no money has been moved out of the solid waste fund that is not associated with what the responsibilities of the solid waste fund is for. And so I'm not sure exactly, we've not moved any money out for any other purposes other than what were responsible purchases for that solid waste fund. Unless you have some examples to get me a little bit closer to that. All of the funds that, outside of the funds that are necessary for the operation of the solid waste department, whether it be the landfill, whether it be the trash collection, the only other money that comes out of that fund for any other purpose that could be construed any way are the indirect expenses to the general fund from that fund. And so that covers all the finance costs, that covers administration, that covers a lot of different costs in that. But that is also accounted for in the justification report as to how much that cost is associated with. And then, of course, all of the expenses out of the solid waste have been approved by the City Council at some point in time within that structure. So I can't get any closer because I don't have the numbers in front of me either, but I can assure you tonight that the funds that have been spent from the solid waste have been spent for the use of the solid waste or the landfill or any purpose that is associated with that function.
Okay, and I'll leave it at that. But the other question is, have we not because the county uses the landfill as well, have we not approached the county to see if they can help with?
No, the mayor, city council, the county is essentially just like an outside user, just like Dexter, just like Lake Arthur, Hagerman. As they bring their waste in, they are charged what the tipping fees are. They pay their full amount to come in there. The county does not get a discounted rate just because they're in Chavez County bringing it to our facility. They are charged exactly what the rate is. And so everybody that brings their waste to us, because we serve the entire county to a certain extent because we've got the landfill, they are paying the tipping fees that we set within our fee structure. We could go to the county and ask for additional assistance with it, but as they are paying already the legitimate customer pricing, we have not looked at talking to them about trying to help with this in that manner.
But it's not just the fact that they're paying their tipping fees. The thing is that they're using the landfill, and they're using, I don't know what the uses of the county is, but they're still using the landfill to be able to dump their trash.
Correct.
And it would seem to me that if the county wanted to, if we could approach them and ask, see if they would, because I know at several years ago, they used to have different locations for the county to dump.
Yep.
Different sites. And it would behoove them to work with us.
Right.
Instead of opening up a cell on their own.
Correct. And I understand, Counselor, what you're saying. And we can have that conversation with them. What I would recommend to the city council is raise our rates where they're paying more in all the time with every tipping fee. And rather than to hope that they will help us fund when it comes time, if our fees and our charges are appropriate for building this out, because I think you had said it, is that, you know, we're supposed to charge what the cost of that service is, and that includes debt service, that includes constructing these new cells and everything. We had been collecting money all along for this new cell to open, and what happened is that a series of things came through, and then this is why we're caught right here with this thing. But we have money in the account. I don't think it's enough to cover both the compactor replacement as well as the cell improvements. But there was enough to borrow against in order to get there. And so that's where we kind of get caught in this catch-22 for it.
So are we still waiving tipping fees on certain months? I remember that when the cleanup program started, there were certain months that the city would waive fees.
Yeah, and so, Mayor, City Council, what happens with that is that we have the Clean and Safe program, and so we go out there's certain months within that window of time that if somebody wants to tear down their building and bring their waste to us, and get rid of that dilapidated structure, then we have waived the tipping fees. What we have found is that the environmental tax that we collect from everybody is supposed to help support that Clean and Safe program. What was not happening out there in the past, and we talked about it just this week, the waiver is for the people tearing down the house to bring it to it. The waiver was not for the city to eat that cost. The environmental tax was supposed to replace that money for the landfill, so the landfill did not lose money based upon what that waste is, because again, that's an enterprise fund that has to function a certain way. I may get in the weeds too much with this thing, but the whole structure was that environmental tax is supposed to support that Clean and Safe program, which also includes the waivers. The waivers wasn't that we were going to carry the cost other than outside of that environmental tax, because we want that structure to be gone. The landfill was not supposed to waive the fee for the benefit of the landfill, because it's an enterprise fund that needs to cover its costs. That may be a little bit more convoluted, and I'll try to clean that up for another conversation at a later date.
Okay. It is kind of convoluted.
The quick answer is that yes, there is the ability for somebody in the Clean and Safe program during those windows of time and those months, that if somebody tears down their building and they're within our program of the Clean and Safe program, their fee for that customer or that individual is waived, and the city covers that with other cash for the landfill. Maybe that's an easier way to explain it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Foster. That exhausts my list. Counselor Foster.
Thank you. I just wanted a couple of clarifications. The only change we've recently made is we've switched alleys from streets to waste, correct? And so that, which makes sense because that's the enterprise fund.
Yeah, Mayor, City Council, and I'll take this one really quick and then let Abraham, because this is something that we've been working on as well, too. Some of the changes have been, we've went from the 300s to the 96-gallon totes. And part of the main reason for that is some of our alleyways are too tight in order to get a truck safely down to them. So what was happening, they would drive a truck down through there and then they'd have to back completely up down a 2-block radius or something. So in those areas that the 300 gallons in the alleyways would not function correctly, we've asked them to move to the front, 96 totes. Same truck does the same load, but what it is that it's a safety measure. And then we also have some neighborhoods out there without alleys, and they have the front end totes as well too. So we did not go full, we're not moving everybody to the front, but we have changed some, and you are correct that that's been most of the recent stuff that we've been doing.
But I'm referring to in the maintenance of the alleys, the actual maintaining the gravel of the alleys and all has gone, the expense of it has gone to instead of being, we used to be streets and alleys where our streets department actually, the expense came out of that.
Yes, all of the maintenance of the alley is a service corridor, not a street. And so as a service corridor, we have moved that expense from the street department because, one, we don't have enough money to do the streets that we want that everybody's driving on. And so we moved all that gravel to the landfill in order to maintain that service corridor because it's utilized by our people as well as electric, gas, and all those other individuals. You are correct.
And the other clarification is the only reason someone can actually take their dilapidated building and tear it down and bring it into our landfill, we have to have already condemned it, correct? They can't just tear down a building they want to and bring it?
They have to be in our program. There has to be a conversation. I don't think we have to condemn it.
Okay.
But what happens is that they come in and they talk with Mr. Bartlett and they get essentially a sticker that says, yes, that structure needs to be taken care of. Okay. Because it's not open for just everybody, but generally when somebody comes asking if they can get rid of a dilapidated structure, it's worth it. And yes. So.
All right, I yield.
All right, I have no other individuals wishing to speak on this. Now, council, again, this is multifaceted, but we will be acting on these matters individually. The first thing up for us is Resolution 21-16, which authorizes the submission of an application for financial assistance and project approval to the New Mexico Finance Authority as presented by Mr. Fuentes. A yes or aye approves that resolution, a no or nay rejects it. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this and the other two as well, Ms. Call. So just to give you a heads up, if you're ready. All right, once again, a yes or aye approves Resolution 21-16, which is a submission for an application for financial assistance. A no or nay rejects Resolution 21-16. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson. Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa.
No.
Counselor Moore. Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs.
Yes.
Counselor Kennard.
Yes.
Counselor Robeck.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Final is 8-1. Next item up for action will be the authorization to advertise and hold a public hearing for proposed ordinance 21-02. This authorizes a loan agreement with the New Mexico Finance Authority for financial assistance. Just let me finish. This is not the final vote on this proposed ordinance. This is simply an authorization to advertise for a future public hearing and vote. Counselor Roebuck. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. We didn't have a motion. Thank you. Counselor Perry, you want to make the motion on that one?
Yes,
I
Mr. Mayor.
apologize.
I have already pushed my button. I can't tell when it's done and when it's not.
You're good.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor, on the recommendation of the Finance Committee, a vote of 3-0 in favor, I make a motion to approve advertisement and to hold a public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-02, authorizing a loan agreement with the New Mexico Finance Authority for financial assistance for equipment and project at the municipal landfill as presented.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster. Again, counselors, I apologize for jumping the gun on this one. As I stated or attempted to state, this will be a vote to authorize for a future public hearing and action at that time. A yes or I approves, a no or nay
We need
rejects.
a second. Did we get a second?
Yeah, we got a second by Counselor
Okay,
Foster.
I didn't hear that. I apologize. Okay.
Yes. So motion by Counselor Perry, second by Counselor Foster. Again, I will ask for a roll call vote. A yes or I approves authorization for advertise for a public hearing. A no or nay rejects. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Sanchez? Yes? Okay. Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
8-1, all right. The next item, and once again, Counselor Perry, I'll ask for your motion. Originally, item number 25, now 18B. Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, at the recommendation of the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0 in favor, I make a motion that we approve professional service agreement in the amount of $162,316.06 for the Roswell Municipal Landfill Unit 5A, bidding, construction, administration, and observation to Souter, Miller, and Associate.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to approve a professional service agreement with in the amount of $162,316 to SMA for the municipal landfill construction. Whew. Once again, I'll ask for a roll call vote. A yes or I approves this professional services agreement. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
8-1. All right. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Perry.
I'm not allowed, I guess, to make a motion on this, but I sure would appreciate 2 minutes before we go into other items, if that's possible. Could we take a 2-minute or 3-minute?
How about I'll give us an 8-minute break?
That-
I have 8:32.
You'd be my hero. Thank you.
We'll come back at 8:40. We are in recess. Return at 8:40.
Worked just fine on the phone.
I can let you go and I can call you tomorrow.
I'm just
All right. I've got 8:40. We are back in session. Let me just add for the record that the device I have for the GoToMeeting went through a reboot while we were discussing this last matter. And for a while there, I had no GoToMeeting, but apparently we did not lose anyone wishing to speak. Is that correct, Ms. Call? That's correct. All right, so we are back in regular session, and our equipment is back to functioning again.
Mr. Mayor, we didn't lose anyone on GoToMeeting, but Larry just told us that, reminded us that he was signed up to speak on item 18.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. Mr. Conley, I apologize profusely. I haven't seen you in so long.
Let him have it, Larry.
I intend to. It would be inappropriate not to, and I apologize again, Mr. Conley.
Larry Conley, 2815 in Cantle. I was going to speak on 18, but I talked to Juan on the side after. I think we should pay inexpensive interest rates, but I'm going to take the privilege to say a few words. I'm going to pat myself on the back. I went to all the go-to meetings of City Council in the last 11 months. Thank everybody. Council, you guys have done a wonderful job. To be honest, I was terrified. But, head down for COVID. With all the retirements and everything, amazing. Do it. Thank you. First citizen.
Thank you, Mr. Conley. We missed you.
Mr.
Good to
Mayor,
see you back.
I'd like to know what that gentleman did with Larry Conley. What did he? I'm just kidding now. I appreciate him.
All right, now we're done with the comedy routines. We're moving on to item number 19, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-1. I move to approve to hold a public hearing at the April 8th regular City Council meeting on proposed ordinance 21-01, amending section 2-20 of the Roswell City Code relating to regularly scheduled meetings of the governing body.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize an advertising for a public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-01. Mr. Patterson, excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. After that last set of very complicated items, I have the pleasure of introducing something that I hope will be very simple, straightforward, and uncontroversial. This is a proposed ordinance that would modify section 2-20 of our city code. That is the section that specifies when regular meetings will occur, regular meetings of the governing body. And right now what it says is they shall occur on the second Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. And that's it. So this year it turns out that somewhere later, I think it's in November, that second Thursday of the month will fall on a holiday. So as it's written right now, it has to be on the holiday. So we thought maybe we could just add something in there to let us have a little more flexibility there. So the language is right there on the slide that we're adding, it's underlined. So it's going to say, the regular meetings of the governing body shall be held at 6 p.m. on the second Thursday in each month, or as otherwise indicated on the meeting notice. And that's what we're adding, which just gives us the flexibility to change it if it's useful or necessary for some reason. So that's really the whole deal. Legal Committee, as Councilor Stubbs indicated, voted 3-0 to recommend this for approval to authorize advertisement and holding a public hearing. And so we would ask you to consider authorizing this ordinance for advertisement and to hold a public hearing to consider adoption at the April 8th, 2021 regular meeting of the City Council. Thank you, and I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions, counselors? I have no one on my list. We can do a voice vote on the authorization to advertise. So that's what I'll ask for. A yes or aye authorizes a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-01. A no or nay rejects that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. All right, on to item number 20. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve Mayor Kentai's recommendation to the Airport Advisory Commission, being position 1, Matthew McDonald, position 3, Mike Espiritu, position 5, Sean Powell.
All right. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to approve appointments to the Airport Advisory Commission as presented. Ms. Call.
Mayor, Council, good evening. As Parker said, these aren't very complicated. I have 4 of these recommendations on behalf of the mayor to do for the committees. As Councilor Stubbs said, we have 3 positions available, ready to go. First position would be Matthew McDonald, third Mike Espiritu, and position 5 is Dr. Powell. And I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Councilors, we had adopted a position earlier that if there is no objection, we will act on them in a group. If, however, you would prefer to act on an individual, if any one counselor would like to do that individually, we can vote on them individually. Anyone wishing to proceed on these individually? I see no indication to that effect. I will therefore ask for a voice vote on these 3 nominations. A yes or, I'm sorry. Oh, Stubbs, Counselor Stubbs. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilor
I didn't see that. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question. Are these all expired positions, or are they filling unexpired positions?
These are all expired. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun, didn't I? Ms. Call, will you want to explain?
Go ahead if you'd like. I'm good. No, all 3 of them are expired
Okay, so they're
positions.
new
Yes,
terms.
they are.
Thank
Yes.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Call. So, once again, a yes or aye approves these 3 individuals for these positions as presented. A no or nay rejects them. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 21.
Me.
Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why is that doing that? Okay. I move to approve Mayor Kentai's recommendations for the Chaves County Joy Center Board of Directors as follows: Janine Best, Jan Melton, and Dora Gonzalez.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Moore to approve these 3 nominees for the Chaves County Joy Center. And Ms. Call, you want to explain this one?
Absolutely, Mayor, Councilors. This one is a little bit different this year. They've kind of, it's been changed a little bit on the structure of it. I'm not going to go through and read each one of these, but for the City of Roswell, Chaves County Commission, Dexter, and also Lake Arthur, Hagerman, there's usually one individual who is for the senior citizens, and then also somebody from the community. Normally, it's someone from the town council. As why for ours, it would be Councilor Janine Best. So our 3 candidates, as recommended by the mayor, as Councilor Stubbs said, it would be Councilor Janine Best, Jan Melton, and Dora Gonzalez.
And just for clarification, there is 1 slot that's reserved for a city councilor.
That is correct.
And then 2 for individuals from the community.
That is correct.
Okay.
And how it's been working typically in the past for the city council is that unless the mayor should decide to change it at the election, it would be for their full term as long as the councilor is in office.
Okay. And once again, counselors, it is, if it's the will of the body, we will vote on all three at one time. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote to approve these three individuals for these three positions. A yes or aye approves them. A no or nay rejects them. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 22. Again, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I move to approve Mayor Kentai's recommendations to the Extraterritorial Zoning Authority of Counselor Janine Best and Counselor Margaret Kennard.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster for 2 council members to the ETZ Authority. You want to explain this one also?
Absolutely, Mayor, councilors. This is for the ETZ Authority, and I did make a notation down there that the ETZ Authority is Appeals Board, final authority and governing body of the ETZ, which they change in restrictions and regulations. Any appeals by this authority does go to district court, so that they do require 2 city councilors on this committee. And it's at the mayor's will, of course.
And although Counselor Perry begged me to put him on this ETZ, I just felt he didn't have the temperament.
I have served my time. I gladly allow anyone else to do so.
All right.
And Mayor, let me just say real quick, and I apologize, I failed to mention this, that I do see the 3 Chavez County Commissioners, just so that you know, right now it's Adair Dana, well, it says Bob Corn, but they changed it. Oh, it's going to be, I'm sorry, T. Calder Azell, Jeff Bilberry, and Richard Taylor. Those will be the 3 county commissioners that they just picked. I think they just did that back in February.
Okay. And Counselor Kennard, you wish to weigh in on this?
I just wanted to recuse myself from this vote, because if I did vote, it might be no. I'm just kidding.
You might vote no? Okay. So let the record reflect Counselor Kennard will abstain as she is being considered for this position. Any further discussion, debate? Once again, I'll ask if there's any objection to both nominees at the same time. Seeing none, a yes or aye approves the 2 counselors for the 2 city council positions on the ETZ Authority. A no or nay rejects them. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none. Counselor Moore, okay, we got it now. And it's 8-0 with 1 abstention. Right, and now, item number 23. Counselor Stubbs, it's the Counselor Stubbs show.
It's your show. Thank you,
There is
Mr. Mayor. I move to approve Mayor Kentai's recommendations to the Extraterritorial Zoning Commission as follows. Position 1, Matthew Bristol. Position 2, Larry Conley. Position 3, Mona Kirk.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve 3 individuals for the ETZ Commission: Matthew Bristol, Larry Conley, and Mona Kirk. Ms. Call, you want to explain this as well?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, councilors, so this is a 7-member commission. The Board of Chavez County appoints 3, Roswell appoints 3, and then the 7th member is chosen by the entire committee themselves. So the mayor's recommendation: position 1, Matthew Bristol; position 2, Larry Conley; and position 3, Mona Kirk.
And Counselor Stubbs.
Just a question again. Are there are no term limits on this commission at all?
There's just just 1-year term limits. And that's kind of hard to explain. I would have to defer this to Parker, because I know these 3 individuals, some have had many more terms than others. This one has typically just been treated differently all these years.
So there's nothing that says, what's the word I want? Consecutive.
Correct. There could be anybody. That's up to the mayor who he wants to recommend to be on this commission.
Okay. So there are no term limits. Everybody just has a year term?
We just have to redo it every year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's a one-year term, and we keep renewing it.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Again, counselors, if there's no objection, we'll take action on all three at one time. Is there any objection to acting on these three nominations at one time? Seeing none, I will now ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the three nominees for the ETZ Commission. Matthew Bristol, position 1, Larry Connolly, position 2, and Mona Kirk, position 3. A yes or aye approves these. A no or nay rejects them. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. We have 9-0. Next up is item number 24. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you. I'm trying to push it. Mr. Mayor, with the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a 3-0 vote, I move to approve a grazing lease agreement for the Kerr Ranch with Steve Oldfield. This is 3,355 acres. The term of the new agreement would be 5 years with one 5-year option commencing May 1st of 2021 for an annual rent of $94.04 with an adjustment of an addition of the CPI each year, including all the terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve a grazing lease agreement for the Kerr Ranch. Mr. Versiglio.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As you see, Steve Oilfield has an existing grazing lease with the city for 3,355 acres known as the Kerr Ranch. The existing lease was signed on December 18th, 2015 and will expire on April 30th, 2021. The term of the new agreement would be for 5 years with one 5-year option to renew. Mr. Oldfield would be permitted to graze between 50 and 63 animals on the property at a time. The lease rate rent is $8,694.04 annually, payable in a lump sum or monthly installments at the city's option. Rent will be adjusted by CPI. At the last meeting, you wanted to know what the previous annual rent was. It was $8,574 with an increase of 1.4%, which was $120.04. That's where we got the 0.04 that everybody was asking about. Here is a quick map of the Kerr Ranch lease of that acreage just south of the airport. So the legal committee recommended 3-0 to approve the agreement in their meeting on February 25th. So consider recommending approval of the grazing lease agreement for the Kerr Ranch with Steve Oilfield. Thank you.
All right. I have Counselor Foster. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is one of those items that I'm for this, but this is another public where I want to reiterate, this is land that I think that the city needs to look into selling and getting rid of if we can, because the money that it brings in and the additional liability that it might bring us probably is a lot easier to store it in a bank than to have this extra 3,500 acres. I know we purchased it originally for water lease or to get the water rights. If we strip the water rights out of those wells and transfer them to different wells, then I think this would be something we need to look into selling. But otherwise, agreeing with this lease to go forward is okay.
All right. I have no one else indicating wish to speak on this. I'm going to ask for a voice. Oh, Councilor Peterson. I apologize, Councilor Peterson.
Sorry, Mayor. Thank you. This is I would have liked to seen a competitive bidding on this, but you know, 3,355 acres, I think that as a city that we could do something with this. If we put a walking pass or something like that there, or tourism, if we have a place for the eco-tourists to come, this would be a good place for them to go out there. And, you know, 3,300 acres, that's a big area. And I don't think it'd be real hard to do something with tourism. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no one else on my list. I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, Mr. Nebb, or...
No, we can look into it.
Okay. I have no one else on my list. Make double sure this time. I will ask for a voice vote on this. A yes or aye approves the lease agreement as presented for the Kerr Ranch with Steve Oldfield. A no or nay rejects the lease. All those in favor of the lease agreement as presented, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have a final vote of 8-1 with 1 nay, and that's Councilor Peterson. Next, item 25, ladies and gentlemen, again, we acted upon that earlier. We will now go to item number 26. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. According to Article 4, Section 3A6 of the City Subdivision Code, and at the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I move to approve Planning and Zoning Case 21-002 VAC Horn replat to vacate an alley right-of-way and a replat to consolidate the alley right-of-way with lots immediately north and south of the alley, south of 703 South Kentucky Avenue, including the land use plan, zoning considerations, and finding of fact as conclusion of law.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Foster to approve Planning and Zoning Case 21-002, the Horn replat. Before we get started, Mr. Patterson, you want to explain these next two items and what the role of the council is when we have a Planning and Zoning Commission and why we're doing this?
Yeah, so this one is a little different from the typical thing that you see coming up from P&Z, which is usually an appeal from a contested case. This is not that. Per our subdivision code, and Councilor Stubbs referenced the section in her motion, these come automatically after the Planning and Zoning Commission approves the plat. It automatically comes up for final approval by the City Council. So your role here is to look through all of the findings and conclusions and evidence that was considered by P&Z and do what we in the legal field call a de novo review. Basically, start all over again and say, yes, we approve it, or no, we don't.
Okay, on that note, Ms. Hildreth.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Agenda item number 26 is a request to approve Planning and Zoning Case 21-002, vacation of an alley right-of-way located adjacent to 703 South Kentucky Avenue. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this case on February 23rd, 2021, and recommended approval of case number 21-002, along with the land use and zoning considerations, finding of facts, staff recommendations, and testimony received with a vote of 6-0. The Horn replat meets the requirements of the city's subdivision code. The property owner of 703 South Kentucky brought this request to vacate the alley right-of-way to Planning and Zoning because the alley is in the middle of the property. As you can see by the stars show the properties or the property with the alley right-of-way in the middle. The alley right-of-way also dead ends at the Hondo River. Historically, this alley right-of-way has functioned as part of 703 South Kentucky's yard and not as an alley, as you can see by the pictures. In 2013, the Google Street Earth view and staff photo recently. Solid waste does not collect trash in this right-of-way, and the utility companies reported there are no utilities located in this right-of-way. With City Council's approval, the Horn replat will vacate the alley right-of-way and consolidate the property known as 703 South Kentucky Avenue with the alley right-of-way to formalize the current land use. With the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for approval and staff recommendation for approval, staff requests City Council approve zoning case 21-002, and I stand for questions.
All right, thank you. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that at our places today, we had basically the agenda item that went to the P&Z Commission for this item 26 and for the next one as well. It's pretty unusual for us to have this come to us. There aren't that many of these happening, so I wanted to for everyone to see, since I included in my motion the zoning considerations and the findings of fact.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Counselor Perry.
Just one question. With the vacating of this, do they still have to go forward to have these two properties tied together, or does that just automatically happen?
The Horn replat does that.
Does complete. That's what I just wanted to make sure that was in clarification. Thank you.
Counselor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. What was the inciting incident? Because obviously, like you said, that this alley hasn't been being used for anything. What was the inciting incident that brought this to P&Z?
The property owner was thinking about selling the property and found out that there was an alley right-of-way that...
Great. Thank you.
All right. I have no one else on my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the Planning and Zoning Case 21-002 Horn replat as presented. A no or nay rejects the replat. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 27. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, as I said, there's a packet at our place on this item explaining it a little further. But this is according to Article 4, Section 3B9 of the City Subdivision Code, and at the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, that I move to approve Planning and Zoning Case 21-004 FPLAT Bella Pisa Unit 2 Subdivision Final Plat to create 20-lot single-family residential subdivision on an 8.668 acre tract located on the west side of North Union Avenue, south of Country Club Road, as presented.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve Planning and Zoning Case 21-004. Ms. Hildreth.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, agenda item number 27 is a request to approve Planning and Zoning Case 21-004, a final plat for a 20-lot single-family residential subdivision. The subdivision will be known as Bella Piazza Unit 2 Subdivision. Planning and Zoning Commission heard this case on February 23rd, 2021, and recommended approval of case number 21-004 with a vote of 6-0. The final plat meets requirements of the city subdivision code. This 8.6 acre property is located in the 2300 block of North Union Avenue and is zoned R4 residential. This subdivision is north of Sorrento subdivision and south of Bella Piazza subdivision, which was platted and approved for professional office along Country Club. The developer, this is a slide of the final plat showing 20 lots for single-family residential. The developer will install the streets and infrastructure per the assurance agreement for completion of subdivision improvements. And that includes streets, alleys, sewer and water facilities, drainage and flood control improvements, and monuments and property corners. These subdivision improvements are required by the improvement standards of the city of Roswell, which are in effect on the date of execution of this agreement. And this text is in the packet under the assurance agreement. With the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for approval and staff recommendation of approval, staff requests City Council approve zoning case 21-004 final plat. Thank you.
I do have one individual, Mr. Todd Wagner, if you want to share some things with us. You're just available for questions as a representative of the developer. Is that correct? All right. I have Mr. Wagner is present for questions should it be necessary. All right, councilors, I have Councilor Perry.
I do have a few questions. Todd, if you could come up, that could help me help. First of all, good to see you. We've not got to see each other since the COVID stuff started. So
Rotary will get to go to meet again someday.
Rotary is service. We're not going away, right? It's good to see you. Just a few quick questions. Number one, with this platting here and with this consideration, is this just going to be a sale of lots, or is there actual the constructing of the homes going to take place within this area as well?
They're going to be single-family homes, probably 24 to 3,000 square feet, something like that.
And what is the projected timeline on this as well?
Well, I think they'll get started construction of the streets and alleys, sewer, water right away. Probably take 3-4 months for that to happen, and then there's not very many lots for sale in Roswell, so I think they'll be able to fill that up pretty quick.
Wonderful. My last question is, according to Exhibit A, we in the P&Z case number and goes down, in flood zone, there's an X. Is that an X stating that it is not, or is that an X stating it is? Maybe that's a better question for Meredith.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
On Exhibit A for the application, where it says flood zone, there's an X that's placed there. Is that an X in affirmative or?
The flood zone is labeled X.
Okay.
It used to be a C.
Okay.
But they changed it to an X. It's outside of the 100-year flood zone.
Okay.
It's
Just wanted that for confirmation. No, thank you very much.
Okay. I have no one else on my list wishing to speak on this. Therefore, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the Planning and Zoning Commission case 21004 replat, or no, excuse me, new final plat. Whew. A yes or aye approves the final plat as presented in Planning and Zoning case 21004. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Now, not yet.
I was going to cover those two new items on the agenda real quick.
All right.
All right. Mayor, City Council, you see on the agenda, there are two new categories on our agenda. One is called committee reports, and the other one, if you look down past the closed session, is future agenda items. What these are is the ability for us to have further conversation on things that you want us to look at. So the committee reports is actually established on this agenda as part of the full information coming from our standing committees to the full council. So you always see the ones that are approved by the committees, and they move on to the council agenda for further approval by the decision of the city council. What we don't bring forward necessarily are items that are under discussion for a period of time. So animal control ordinance was one that it took a long time to go through all of that. And so we want to make sure that the council is aware of what that work is doing. And then also, when an item receives a failed vote, which is a 2-2 or a 1-3, this area here will be allowed to share the committee chair will be able to share what happened in the committee and what was left outstanding outside the work, outside of those decisions that were affirmative for that. The whole idea is to make sure that you guys have all the information, so if a decision goes different than, if you're not on that committee and the decision goes different from what you felt it should be, it creates the opportunity and an avenue to have a conversation as a city council to tackle those. And then the future agenda items, I would say that this could be right where the city council can share anything that they wish to share, any kind of comments, or if they want the staff or the city council to take up any action that is of future that is not anywhere on an agenda. I mean, that's the intent, is so that we can have that conversation. I think as we go through all this rules of order information and everything, we felt that these two things were viable to put onto the agenda to keep the council aware of all of the work that everybody is doing within the city through those standing committees. And so, Mayor, I can answer any other questions, but I think I just wanted to make sure everybody understood those two items because we haven't utilized them fully yet.
Now, council, my intention is not to call on the committee chairs tonight. This is new information but this is where at this point I will, in the April meeting, say to each of the committee chairs, do you have anything to report? And once again, I want to emphasize what Mr. Nebb has alluded to. If a matter is already coming to the council and has already made it onto the agenda, there's no need to bring it up again. It's the items that have not progressed to the council that the other members of the council who are not on your committee should be made aware of. This can be an ongoing project, such as the animal control ordinance, or it could be an item that the committee did not approve of, and therefore, just so that the council as a whole is made aware. On the future agenda items, at that point, if, say, a item fails to pass a committee, any one of you could move to put it on the following month's agenda. You make the motion, get the second, we will vote yes or no whether to have the item which failed in a committee on the future city council agenda. That's the background. I have Councilor Moore and Councilor Orpesa. Councilor Moore. Just be information at this time. Yes. Well, if the council, no, those can be an action. In other words, a councilor can make a motion to say, I want to put on the following month's agenda item X. And then if someone seconds that motion, then I will call for a vote. If the majority of the council says yes, it will be on the following month's agenda.
Thank you, sir. I was thinking that part of the issue that we were having with committees is that, you know, people weren't coming or people could come, so why do we still need to have committees if we're going to have to we can bring that stuff here anyway. The
issue being here is if a committee rejects something, but understanding the committee is only a subset of the body. And in any legislative body, the body as a whole can remove any item from a committee for action by the body as a whole. So that is, just puts it in, we're under, and this is my perception, Mr. Patterson, correct me if I'm wrong, we are under a lot more stringent requirements because of Open Meetings Act. We have to put things on an agenda before we, the legislature, for example, is able to function a lot more loosely. I'm trying to be polite here. So by building this into the agenda, it provides compliance with the Open Meetings Act, so that we may, if we choose, bring items forward.
Okay.
Okay? I have Council Oropesa and Council Roebuck. Council Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I was disappointed with the planning and zoning because they had advertised that they would consider a hearing on the ADN racetrack. And at the final hour, they decided not to have that hearing for the public. And I think it was a bad decision as far as I'm concerned, because you know there was a petition that was given to the planning and zoning of individuals that are impacted by the noise, and not so much the noise itself, but the fact that those individuals are going beyond the hours that they agreed not to go. And in some cases, they have gone till 1 o'clock in the morning a couple of times. And I think since the planning and zoning declined to have that hearing, I would hope that this council would consider taking that topic up and allowing the people to have their say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do you want to address that? Because I know you've been
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. Mavers, Kevin Mavers, our new Community Development Director, has been preparing some information to come forward to the City Council with regards to that exact question. And so this item will be addressed in the near future. I know Mr. Mavers is putting that information together to bring it forward and talk about what the decision from the Planning and Zoning Commission was, where we stand with the petition and everything. So the nice thing that I get to say tonight, without Mr. Mavers coming up and covering everything early, is that this will be addressed, and it will be addressed at the City Council level at this point in time. So it will be coming forward.
April or May?
We are shooting for April.
Shooting for April. Okay, fair enough. And then I have Council Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm interested to see how these new agenda items play out in reality. On the question of future agenda items, this is, in some ways, we already have this power outside of the meeting itself.
You do.
Where 5 councilors can put any item on the agenda that they wish. So 2 questions. Number 1, would this be by simple majority in the meeting?
Simple majority.
Present?
Those present and voting.
Okay, simple majority of those present and voting. Okay, and then this would not affect our ability to do the other way, which is get 5 councilors to agree it and contact the clerk and pass. Okay.
Correct.
And then my second question is about the committee reports. And that is, I haven't really thought through all this, so don't take this with any sort of slant at all, because I don't. But will the committee chairs be compelled to give a report?
No, not my intention. My intention is to call on you, ask you if you have anything you want to share, If the answer is no, which would be greatly appreciated because you see where this falls in the agenda,
Sure.
brevity and even silence is better than prolonged pontification of a.
Sure. So we should only be bringing the most relevant material.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, City Council, the only thing about that is that within the city code, it recognizes a report would be given by the committee. It does not say if it has to be given or what has to be in it.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
All right, and so there's no action to be taken here. This was simply for discussion and explanation. Next up is the public participation for non-agenda items, and I have no one who signed up for public participation for non-agenda items, so we now move on to item number 28. Oh, look, Councilor Stubbs again.
Thank you, I think, Mr. Mayor. I move the council go into closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978 1015 1H2 to discuss limited personnel matters relating to the annual performance review of the city manager.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Foster to go into,
Yeah,
we're
right
back
over
here,
there.
to go into a closed session for the annual performance review of the city manager. This is a roll call vote. A yes or aye takes us into closed session. A no or nay keeps us in open session. So, any discussion? Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Robeck? Yes. Motion passes.
All right, councilors, I have 9:27. We will convene in the,
Mr. Mayor, I was corrected. We are going the other direction.
we're going down on the other end. Let's convene there no later than 9:30. So we have a whopping 3 minutes. Counselors, here we are. It's 9:59. We're back in open session. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, council is back in open session at 9:59 PM. We had a closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978 1015-1H2 to discuss limited personnel matters relating to the annual performance review of the city manager. No action was taken and no votes were cast.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect Counselor Peterson did not participate in the closed session. He left before it began. Future agenda items, we discussed that already. I don't intend to entertain any motions tonight, but next month this will be an opportunity to add. Mr. Nebb, if you're doing another 1 hour, we're going to go back in there.
And we'll have a different conversation, I assume.
We're going to have a different conversation.
All right. Mayor, City Council, again, thank you for all the work tonight. Actually, my whole presentation at the beginning, it covered a lot of different concepts, a lot of different details of what we're working on, very, very broad level stuff. If you have any questions about any of that, please let me know. We are looking at divesting ourselves of a lot of property, and we are looking at leasing out property in order to replace where we need office space from. We'll keep most of the, the iconic properties as well too. I mean, like the museum, the zoo and everything, because it's harder to lease that type of property. But office space, we are looking at trying to just divide up our crew a little bit differently. So I don't have anything else. As I mentioned, I will be in town Friday and Monday. I will not be going away just because I'm afraid of snow now. And so we're going to stick around here. So if there's anything I can do for any of you, please let me know.
All right. Anything else for Mr. Nebb? I have 10:01. We are adjourned. Figured 10:30, so I was only on a little bit.